Greetings, greetings. This is me, Kyle, from inside my head. And what we do, we discuss things that are bothering me, they're irritating, things that I actually think about, that I want to actually explore, that I want to send out to the universe and get a wonderful receiving reception, the immaculate reception. I'm a receiver. God is the quarterback, and God knows all the areas where I'm going to be. And when I get open, even before I can even realize what's happening, and I got to be careful. I got to be like the people that were around Magic Johnson, you know, the no look pass. He had eyes everywhere, Magic Johnson. And so the teammates, that's why Magic made people better, because you never knew when you were going to get that immaculate pass that you had to receive and score. And one of my favorite players was Big Game James. Oh, Big Game James he always was the best receiver, and he would finish with a strength, with a force. So, yeah. You know, I go back onto my original glory days of basketball. And let me make sure I get that. There we go. I got to get my settings correct as we go into this discussion. And right now, you know, I just got to send out a prayer to the Creator. And we all know that we're living in unique times. And Creator, I just want to send out a prayer to say, hey, look, I know you know everything. You're omnipresent, you're omnipotent, you're infinite. But we here, even though we have the same technology as you, because, you know, you created us in your image, and I'm aware that I am an infinite being. I still have to deal with this finite perception. So what I want to ask you today, Creator, is I want to hold us accountable. I want to hold people accountable for what they say, and I especially want to hold myself accountable. And I want to bring in your universal laws, because they try to keep that hidden from us, like laws, no matter where we are in the universe, that always apply. And I want to understand how to utilize. First, I want to know what they are, and then I want to understand how to apply them to this tyranny that's coming forth. This tyranny, this Gestapo. I'm trying to come up with the words. Fascism, fascist pigs. That's what they used to call them in the 60s. Yeah. To combat this energy with your universal laws and hold the words accountable for what people say, and especially what I say, because I know words are powerful. Let there be light. You use your vibration, your words, and light appeared. And remember, we were created in your image, so we also can allow our words to manifest our destiny. Because right now we're dealing with a monopoly, a censorship. Let me get out of the way here. Censorship and monopoly. Okay? So what's happening is in our private sector, there's a monopoly on news, on information, and that's unconstitutional. Once again, the laws of the land. Let's hold them accountable. And then we have our government, our government censoring us. That's unconstitutional too. So I want this unconstitutional application to be erased. The Supreme Court, without a doubt, Mr. Supreme Court and Mrs. Supreme Court, without a doubt, there's multiple evidence showing that there's a monopoly in the private sector and that our government is censoring us. Without a doubt. And that's what we're going to lay the foundation today of this censorship. So we all know that we're in the current election cycle and we've got Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Americans hate both candidates. Yes. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this for the record. If I had to choose between these two idiots, they're both idiots. They're both puppets. And they both are not equipped for leadership. I hate to say this, people, but I would choose this idiot over this idiot. Why? Because we know what this guy is all about. He's all about taking away your First Amendment rights. See, we don't want to really, feel the value of our First Amendment rights. We just want to say, hey, it's okay. It doesn't matter if I can't say what's on my mind. It's okay if we're moving towards a fascist government similar to China. So, and we know this man here, he always got something to say. May not be wise, it may not be applicable, it may not be relevant. Relevant, but he's got something to say. So that's why I would choose this idiot over this idiot. But guess what? I don't have to make that choice. Why? Because of RFK. He's a Kennedy. Oh, excuse me. RFK Jr. And see, in case you're not aware, RFK has a suit. He's suing Biden and a lot of the high-tech companies. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. But let's understand some of his gripes that are similar to my gripes. And he's basically saying, look, over the last 5 years, our country has become something unrecognizable. Media investigations have uncovered a vast censorship network with federal agencies like the FBI, IRS, Justice Department, and even Secret Service have been utilized against political opponents. By the way, are you aware that the Secret Service does not want to protect him? I guess that's the Justice Department, which is a derivative of the Biden. Like, if there's somebody that needs protection as he's going to go to the political election and his quest to become president, this is the guy. This should be the guy to protect. It should be a poster. Why? Because his father got killed. His uncle got killed, got assassinated in a public arena. His father, after winning the California primary, gets leaded to the kitchen and boom, 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 dead. So if there's anybody that needs a Secret Service protection, this guy right here. There we go. But let's go on further with his gripes. Big tech tracks our every post, our every communication, and gives it to the government on demand, while the media has become an instrument of propaganda. So again, there's more rights that are being just evaporated from our country. So before, you had to get a search warrant and, you had to have like probable cause and those type of aspects to get personal information. Well, now you can just buy it. Why? It's all there for the supply and demand, and it's a private sector because the high tech companies get our data and they sell it to the government. That's like wow, I don't need a search warrant now because we're already got all this surveillance, and all I got to do is purchase it from private companies. Isn't that a way around, our rights? Yes or no? Or is the Constitution applicable today? Well, let's go on. He's got more gripes. Government agencies operate in secrecy, serving corrupt corporate interests instead of the public. That's obvious. And now his conclusion. Now I bet you're thinking, and I'm going to promise you to change all this. Not quite. You are the ones who are going to change it. I am just the sledgehammer that's awakening the public, that an awakened public will use to smash the corrupt surveillance state and break up the unholy merger of state and corporate power. And that's what the issue is. The state and private high-tech companies are working together at the demise of the American public. And they're using this surveillance, this high-tech data, crunching, all these things that we have given high-tech companies. Like, where is my phone? It's over there. But how did we create a device that listens to everything we do? And we're okay with that. How did we get here? I can have this phone in this room, and I can be, and my son can be in another room over there. And do you know that phone will pick up that conversation? You ever notice sometimes when you put your phone, you got your little headset on, right? And you put your phone in your back pocket, how now all of a sudden your direct wired connection to your headset is compromised. What's going on there? The phone realizes it's in your ass, and it's realizing, wow, I need to have an ambient setting now that challenges that compressed area where I'm in now. And now it's more important that it picks up sound around you while the phone is in your back pocket than it is to hear the direct communication that's wired into the phone. Check this out. I've had many phones. They all have the same symptom. I cannot put it in my back pocket and have a wired communication discussion at the same time. They're always like, we can't hear you very well. And I got to take it out of my pocket and I say, can you hear me now? So this is where we are in our corporate structure. So again, I mentioned it earlier, but let's just actually rewind ourselves and give you a little bit of a brief history of what happened to RFK's father, Robert Kennedy.
Country and a compassionate country, and I intend to make that my basis for running and over the period of the next year.
The night of the speech.
My thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there. Thank you guys.
When he says on to Chicago, I remember everybody.
Is there a doctor? Is there everybody, please?
My first thought was to protect his head from the concrete. I felt a stream of blood coming through my fingers. He asked me, is everybody okay?
Our government is responsible for the safety and security of the people and of the candidate. But yeah, his father was shot, and his political aspirations were diminished, were erased, were evaporated. So I just wanted to give all of us a brief history of what actually happened to his father, Robert Kennedy Jr. So as I mentioned before, there's a lawsuit against Biden for essentially censoring. See, only the government can censor. Private companies can't be accused of censorship. Why? Because they're private companies. You Google, all of these social media people like Facebook, who's again, they're on the record for the suit. Yeah, they're a private company and they can say what they want to say. Even though it's social media, that's a whole nother subject. And there's a different law that protects them because they're not really a news network. But I'm diverting from the discussion here. But when the government forces these high-tech media companies and tells them what they can't and can showcase on their platforms, that is censorship, because only the government can be accused of censorship, not private companies. But when they're conspiring,
the most important.
I've gotten ahead of myself again. There we go. I just want to show the lawsuit. The big media and the big tech conspired to block certain news. And that news was life and death situation back in 2020. Like, can I say this word today? Can I even say back 2 years ago, I couldn't say this word out in public in social media. And that's another question. Is social media considered a public forum? Is the digital space, do we have the same rights in the physical space as in the digital space? That's a question that we need to bring to the Supreme Court and have them rule upon it, because they are definitely creating different laws. But the point is, could I say this word? The algorithms would not only not allow the whole conversation to be amplified if I say that words, but I could be like taken off platforms for saying that word. And that word was extremely powerful. It still is in the last 3 or 4 years. People lost their businesses. People lost their jobs. People lost their livelihoods. People lost their lives. And we were censored from even discussing these things. So let's talk about, or let's allow someone else to discuss how important our First Amendment rights are.
This is the most important First Amendment suit in this nation's history. We've uncovered a relationship of coercion and collusion between the Biden White House across a spectrum of federal bureaucratic agencies targeting free speech for censorship at the government's demand on big tech social media platforms. We've got to build a wall of separation between tech and state to protect our First Amendment right to free speech. And to that end, we went to court back in May and asked the United States District Court for a nationwide injunction to lay that first brick in the wall between tech and state. The court granted the injunction on the 4th of July in celebration of this nation's founding. And we successfully defended that injunction twice at the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. So the score is Missouri 3, Biden 0 in the fight for free speech. We're going to the Super Bowl. We'll be at the United States Supreme Court next month. And we're excited to continue to fight to protect Americans' right to free speech on big tech platforms.
There you go. He said it very well. That's why I used this video, because he mentioned all the conspiracy, the alliances, and how important it is to protect our First Amendment rights. But do we care? Really? I mean, Bread and Circus is here. Ding, ding, woo, woo. Alarm, alarm, Bread and Circus time. For those of you who are not familiar with bread and circus, it was amplified during the Roman Empire when it was in its demise. They created wide-scale entertainment to distract you from important issues. So as long as we were entertained, we didn't care about our quality of life that was demised, that was evaporated. We didn't care as long as we had our entertainment. So it's a proven technique used by governments when our system is in decline. Feed them entertainment. And we've got so much entertainment. Oh my God, this right here. Woo! Number one distraction thus far, right here, right there. We got to know who's winning. Oh my God. Let's create something different. Gossip. Oh, I want to know what's going on in your life. I want to understand what's happening in your life more than I want to understand what's going on in my life, and more than I want to understand what our government is doing to us. That's the bread and circus technique. The bread and circus technique. It's all around us. And once again, Robert F. Kennedy and the Children's Defense is suing so many different people: the Washington Post, some British broadcasting network, the Associated Press, Facebook, Google, all of these people that colluded to suppress our information. So it was essentially the Trusted News Initiative. And just to clarify, what is the Trusted News Initiative? The group of around 30 journalists, a group of around 30 journalists called the Holding Line, Journalists Against COVID Censorship, argued in 2001 that attempts to publish concerns about the official narrative or the one scientific truth of can I say that word? Of COVID-19 vaccine debate led to journalists being criticized by their superiors and freelance journalists being blacklisted. The group also claimed that the public was experiencing a distorted view of the truth. This is what journalists put together as a complaint against their First Amendment right. We had experts. We had a person that actually created the testing of the disease. He was censored. The guy who created that test that we all use. How can his views be censored? How can views of doctors who have a different opinion? Again, once we get into that only one narrative, one official narrative, and all the other one official way of treating a disease, that's when you understand that we are at war with information. Because there's way more ways. What's that? There's more than one ways to skin a cat. There's multiple of possible solutions. Did you know that if 24 people saw a car accident, there would be almost 24 different versions of what they saw? And one version is different than the other version. That means, oh, no, this version is absolute truth, while that version has no applicable, plausible, nothing of value. What happens is that we all can only see a certain perception. I believe there's 1 or 2 gigabytes per second. That's really reality, but our brains can only take and absorb 200 megabytes, 1/10 of reality. So in real reality, for all of us to truly understand the real reality of what took place, you need to list at least 10 people that see things completely different, and we combine all of their versions together, those 10 people, and that's how we get the complete picture of what took place. So that's why if 24 people see an accident and they get variations of the truth, we need to combine them together. But we can't do that if we only have one entity, in this case, our government, that's interested in their narrative. So let's get a little bit more insight of the Trusted News Initiative.
The Trusted News Initiative was begun before the last election, because the whole idea being to stop subversion by foreign powers.
Who started it?
And it was started by the BBC, but the New York Times, Facebook, all mainstream media. This is to stop foreign interference in our elections.
Oh, I see.
Who could
Okay.
say it's a bad thing? It's
Right.
stopping Russia from
Right.
interfering with
Right.
our. This is great.
Right, I get
And
it.
it's every big. I mean, it's.
Yes.
Well, anyway, after the elections, they stayed together. You know, they didn't just stop after the election.
Then they focused on COVID.
They focused on anything that suggested vaccine hesitancy.
Right.
They focused on anything to do adversely with 5G.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well.
They focused on anything that went against the narrative of the COVID and how it's caused and so forth. There was just a blanket carte blanche. You can't. Those things don't enter mainstream media. Nothing derogatory.
Nothing derogatory. That was the Trusted News Initiative. So we got an understanding now of essentially how big organizations, big tech, and big government were working, conspiring to suppress our rights. And it was a monopoly. And see, this is why the monopoly and the protection is in our Constitution. In this case, when you got several highly big industries, big companies, and they're basically working with one narrative, then that's a monopoly on information, a monopoly on what we can hear. And that's why that's unconstitutional. Section 2 of the Sherman Act makes it unlawful for any person or any company. Did you know a corporation is considered a person now? The Supreme Court ruled on that, to make for any person to monopolize or attempt to monopolize or combine or conspire with any other person or persons to monopolize any part of the trade or commerce among the several states or with foreign nations. So if you if your particular platform, or excuse me, your particular account is basically no longer allowed to express itself on certain platforms, and it was orchestrated by the government, conspired. That's why we have certain companies who are basically defendants in this suit, because they are being sued by RFK and other people. That's why RFK is important. That's why his platform and what he's doing is important. Because this monopoly, media monopoly, who does that benefit? It doesn't benefit the people. It benefits large corporations. I got a saying that I read in the late 80s, and it holds true today. It holds true today that the public government is nothing but a servant for private wealth. I'm waiting for that statement to break down, because it hasn't broken down in over 35 years. I keep seeing that statement come forth over and over again, that the government, instead of there for the people, it's there for private wealth. And so let's really understand You know, I can say these words and how they colluded and they put one narrative and they put it out there and it's unconstitutional. I can say that over and over, but we perceive things differently visually. So let's understand how that really took place.
Your job is you're a journalist. You're supposed to give the people the pertinent information.
And let us make our own.
Yes. And if your job is now propaganda for national interest, because it would be not in our best interest for the rest of the world to know that we did that, now you're acting as an arm of the state.
That's not where the activist needs to be. You know, you don't need it from our news sources.
No.
That's it's supposed to be a fact source.
Yes.
That's why I can't watch any television news, any network.
It's trying to influence you. They're trying to bend your mind into whatever their narrative is.
They're vying for your eyeballs and ears.
Have you ever seen that video where it shows local news people? I'll send it to Jamie. It's local news people all saying like the exact same thing.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about troubling, irresponsible, one-sided news stories
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media
This is fucking scary.
Yeah.
This is the scariest.
That's propaganda. Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I mean, this is they're trying to bend a narrative in a very specific way for everybody. They don't want to relinquish control of what the news is and what information is to the internet, to independent news sources and all these people that are investigating on very uncomfortable but probably likely facts.
And as you know, Joe Rogan was very controversial. They wanted to censor what he was saying because he's not fitting the narrative. But what I'd like to really discuss here in that particular thing is, did you understand the language that was being used with their particular version? This was brought in by Sinclair, who owns like almost 40% of local TV stations, and that's how they were able to get everybody to do and say the same thing. Have you noticed how they say, hey, you know, we are concerned about the one-sided news, and that has just one narrative and the facts aren't checked. That is the projectionist. See, what the projectionist does, and we see that a lot with narcissists, and would you think our media companies are narcissists? Can our companies actually have a personality trait? Can they be considered psychopaths? That's another discussion for another time of day. But the point is that's what a projectionist does. Instead of taking responsibility and accountability for what they do, they project those behaviors onto you, onto others. And now you are the ones that are defending their behavior. You know, they are saying, hey, you know what? We got to worry about those social media people that's all one-sided and don't check the facts and just want to push down a narrative that can influence your behavior and your decision-making. And they're doing the exact same thing. See, they are just beating you to the punch. And now you're on the defense here trying to protect yourself from their behavior. That's Satanism to me. That's what Satan does. He wants to basically say, hey, you know what? God is doing this to you. Look what I'm giving you. I'm giving you freedom. You can actually have the freedom to watch porn. You can do all these particular things here, but God's preventing you from doing that. And Satan projects his behavior onto God, and now everybody's like protecting God. Oh, God, I have this God. No, that God is better than mine, yours. And we get all of this confusion. But that's what Sinclair Media has done, And here's the thing about how important it is when Sinclair essentially bought all of these individual local news stations, over 40% of America that they had access to. Now, there were like restrictions back in the day that restricting media companies and how much they could purchase, how many other media companies they could purchase from around the United States, and how many people percentage-wise that they have access to. And there was a limit on how they could, like, let's say 35% of Americans, you couldn't go over that. Well, what they did is said, well, hey, wait a minute. Not only can you go over that threshold that was supposedly be enforced by the FCC, but you could buy a newspaper now in the same local community that you have a television station with, and it's okay. Why is it okay? Because there are so many different choices that America has with the internet. Yeah, now you're not monopolizing any longer because America has so many different choices. Well, yeah. That's true. But when you suppress all of those other individual entities, journalists that Mr. Rogan said at the end that are investigating things that are uncomfortable, and you can suppress that narrative, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, hey, you know what? You can actually buy all these particular companies all around the United States and have one particular narrative because they have freedom of choice here on the internet. And now, no. We can suppress what's over here on the internet. See, you can't even see that no longer. You can suppress what's going on over here now, and then you can still have access to that threshold that you didn't have access to before. Can't have it both ways, Supreme Court. Make sure, Supreme Court, when that comes into your rulings, that you remember that we gave these companies access because there was all of this different freedom of choices that American has that you can't see any longer because it's being suppressed. Remember that, Supreme Court. Because guess what, Supreme Court? The laws of the universe will be applied. I'm just a messenger. I'm no here. Actually, you know what? I'm the prosecutor. I'm prosecuting your laws that have no accountability here. I'm here prosecuting, sending this information to the creator, letting the creator know, hey, creator, this is what's going on down here. They're not obeying your universal laws. What are you going to do about it, Mr. Creator, Mrs. Creator? What are you going to do about it? And I'm going to be the receiver. Woo! Hey, Magic. Hey, no. You consider Brady, although I like Montana better. I'm open. Whoop. God damn, that pass came real quick. God damn. I got to pay attention to the blessings because we got to balance out this energy, this negativity. Oh, no, negativity's here. And supposedly positivity's down here. No, it doesn't work like a seesaw thing. It works like this. So when we see all this negativity and everything that's around us, it looks like it's terrible. It has to be balanced out. We, the people, have to be the receiver of the positive, balanced energy that's there all around us. But we can't see. Why? Because we're focusing on that one narrative.
Sinclair does not own a national news network, so its brand was not that well known. But it does own 173 local TV stations covering 40% of American households. Since those channels are affiliated with national broadcasting brands, ABC, NBC, and CBS, they display those logos rather than their parent companies.
So we get they went beyond the threshold. They said 40% of American households. You heard it. Before, you could not own that much percentage before the FCC because that was considered, whoa, let me find it, a monopoly. And that's why news can't be trusted. The U.S. press, like the U.S. government, is a corrupt and troubled institution. The news media and the government are entwined in a vicious circle of mutual manipulation, myth-making, and self-interest. Journalists need crises to dramatize news, and government officials need to appear to be responding to the crisis. Too often, the crises are not really crisis, but joint fabrications. A press driven by drama and crisis creates a government driven by response to the crisis. Such an emergency government can't be governed. Weaver concludes. This was written in the 70s. The 70s, 1975, I believe, somewhere in that range. This was written by this guy Weaver, and this article, in this case, let me show the guys. Here we go. Peter Vanden Wicken basically wrote this article in 1995 and went back and talked about what Weaver wrote in the 70s. Not only does public support for emergency policies evaporate the minute they're in place and the crisis passes, but officials acting in emergency mode can't make meaningful public policies. What has emerged, Weaver argues, a culture of lying. The culture of lying, he writes, is the discourse and behavior of officials seeking to enlist the powers of journalism in support of their goals, and of journalists seeking to co-opt public and private officials into the efforts to find and cover stories of crisis and emergency response. The news media and the government have created a charade that serves their own interests but misleads the public. Is that true for you? If you are paying attention, does that work for you? Does that make sense? Or are you caught up into the bread and circus? Because that was written in 1975? Wow, that's deep. That is truly deep. But there's more. There's more to this. I mean, we've all heard about the Twitter files. Yeah, U.S. administration suppress content about, there's that word again. There's that word again that I can't or cannot say unless I can be punished. Woo, China. Where are you, China? Because it sounds like our government, America, is the new China. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Yes, the Twitter files. Now, it's amazing that Elon Musk purchased Twitter and allowed us all to see the secrecy that was going underneath. Like, do we care? Do we care about the Twitter files? Because that was over 2 years ago, or close to 2 years ago in 2022, that they were shown public, that Elon Musk allowed all of us to see. But what are we doing about it? What are we doing about it? Because Twitter reportedly interfered with discussions regarding the coronavirus by censoring information that was contradicting consensus U.S. administration and suppress experts who disagree with official positions. The United States government pressured Twitter and other social media platforms to elevate certain content and suppress other content about the virus. According to the documents referred to as the Twitter files made public by Free Press and this reporter, David Zwing. Did I pronounce his name right? Zwing said internal files he reviewed at Twitter showed the administrations of former President Donald Trump and the incumbent Joe Biden directly pressed Twitter executives to moderate the platform's pandemic content according to their wishes. There we go. There's the big censorship that took place. I mean, the proof's all around there, America. The proof is everywhere. But in case you need more, let's hear from another expert and see what he has to say.
The latest batch of the Twitter files, the 9th installment, claims both the FBI and CIA have moderated content on the social media platform. The documents, which were released on Christmas Eve in a series of tweets, are part of owner Elon Musk's effort to document how the company was run before he took over. Tom Dempsey is live in Washington, D.C. He has all the details. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Kelly. Yeah, this morning, this latest round of Twitter files all revolves around alleged communications and coordination between Twitter and other government agencies, including the FBI. Independent journalist Matt Taibbi is the one behind this latest Twitter thread that was posted on Saturday. And he wrote on Saturday, quote, "The files show the FBI acting as a doorman to a vast program of social media surveillance and censorship encompassing agencies across the federal government, from the State Department to the Pentagon to the CIA. Taibbi claims that Twitter kept in contact with so many agencies, including the Department of Defense and the FBI, that it lost track. Taibbi also describes regular meetings of executives with FBI personnel and other agencies where they would discuss foreign matters and moderation requests from state governments and local police. But Taibbi goes on to write that as the 2020 presidential election got closer, the FBI and other agencies connected to those meetings flooded Twitter with requests about alleged problem accounts posting misinformation. Taibbi posted, quote, "The Twitter files show execs under constant pressure to validate theories of foreign influence and unable to find evidence for key assertions." Taibbi also shows an alleged response from an employee about the State Department and warning about Russian influence, saying he continued to wait for more evidence and that the government partners are becoming more aggressive on attribution. Now, this Twitter files release all follows recent ones dealing with, alleged suppression of a Hunter Biden story in the New York Post, as well as suppression of former President Donald Trump's tweets. The FBI saying, according to Taibbi, blaming this all on conspiracy theorists feeding the American public misinformation.
Is the Supreme Court going to make the proper ruling? Or do they have a vested interest? Like on one of our earlier programs, we talked about Justice Clarence Thomas receiving millions of dollars of gifts, and he didn't report it. You're supposed to report this by billionaires. Now, can his vote be influenced? I mean, you get millions of dollars of gifts by a billionaire who takes you on all these extravagating trips around the world on his private yacht. And we are supposed to just like, hey, you know what? Hey, now what? I have a appreciation of the law, and I will not allow myself to be compromised. I don't care what gifts or what type of influence one of my friends are doing. Get the fuck out of here with that mentality. We know that we live in a corrupt system, but we have a cognitive dissonance to what's taking place. But let's just look at this guy from Vital Signs, because he states it pretty clearly what's going on.
In war, militaries rely on communications. They rely on intel to make choices for survival and strategy. The disruption of intel and communications is what spawns the fog, clouding vision of the situation and clouding judgment. We've had a similar situation in the course of the pandemic. Our intel on how to survive got heavily fogged up. Now we see that fog lifting somewhat, with dangers of the official treatments breaching the surface.
Did you have a fog during that last 4 years? Did you have a question mark of the official way to battle this disease, the only official way to battle this disease? Did you experience that? I know I did. And I don't trust the government. I already know who I'm dealing with. This is my opinion. So don't sit up here and say that I'm saying this is the truth. It's my truth. And that's all that really matters here is my perception, because I am the one who makes the choice of whether I'm going to take an official solution to a problem. It's going in my body. What happened to my body, my choice, the way I see things? Hey, I didn't take the jab. I'm fine. I'm working on, Let's see where I'm at right now. I'm coming up on 18 months without being sick. Yeah, I had like a little stomach flu or something like that where, I got nauseous for a day or two. I'm talking about regular common colds, flus, all that stuff. And my record that I set way back in 2020 was 20 months. So I'm working on my record to be perfectly healthy. And so what's the thing? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. My health is awesome. And so why would I take that official narrative? I am not going to do that. I mean, who did that narrative actually benefit? Did it benefit the large companies that actually own about over 50% of advertising? We all know that Pfizer, hey, sponsored by Pfizer, it is all over the airways. We all know that that's our existence right now. We're all aware that our monopoly is here. So once again, just like Clarence Thomas, who is getting all of these particular gifts, and will it influence his decision making? It's the same thing with media companies. When you have over 50% of your revenue essentially by one industry, would you say anything negative about that industry when your bottom line is greatly affected? They're like, oh, we'll take our business somewhere else because you're no longer protecting our narrative. I'll give you an example. When we first had the crisis, didn't they tell you that their solution would stop transmission? That was the narrative. But if you talk to a doctor and he was really honest with you, he would tell you that it wasn't in the bylaws of a vaccine any longer. The bylaws of a vaccine changed around then, where the vaccine had to stop transmission, well, around 2020 or before, something in that era. The vaccine, defined as a vaccine, no longer had to stop transmission. So they rewrote the bylaws to support a vaccine and guess why it had to be considered a vaccine? Because guess what? These big companies can't be sued. We can't take them to court because they are protected by our government. And that's the issue that is at hand. We got large institutions that can't be sued, that we can't understand, where they can't disclose what ingredients is inside of them, and we're supposed to trust them and put it in our bodies. Why? Because, big China, because our government is punishing us. You're going to lose your job. Our government is, no. You can't go to a public venue. You got to stay in the house. No, the businesses, they're shut down. All of these policies we experience. And is America becoming the new China? And that's what we're going to discuss on our next episode of Inside My Head. We're going to explore the fact, is America the new China? And is our misinformation, as they call it, another tactic to suppress your right to speak? Is your right to speak important? And we're going to discuss what that does to you as an individual when you are suppressed from expressing yourself. Yeah, that's where we're headed. And that's what we're going to discuss on the next episode of Inside My Head. Thank you for paying attention, and thank you for watching this episode. Hey, look, I just want to make this world a better place. I will be fulfilled if when I leave this planet, it's in a better shape than I came to the planet. And right now, woo, boy, I'm behind. We're behind by a whole lot of runs. It seems impossible to make this planet a better place than when I leave than when I entered. But guess what? That was what the Creator's all about. Miracles. And seeing how powerful the Creator is in allowing you to be the receiver to initiate God's plan. What is it? What's that prayer? On earth as it is in heaven, on inside, my head. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. We don't want to end it with that image. On inside my head.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering why we're speaking Wu-Tang mumble, that's because we're savage as fuck.
And plus, we ain't nothing to fuck with.
That's right. Hey, yo, see what he did?
See what
you
I
see
did?
what he did?
All right, so
right
this is
there.
what we're going to do. I was going to tell you, first off, again, we talk politics on here. We talk a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been so much shit. I've been gone for a little bit. And I'm going to tell you right now, I was, in the hospital watching CNN and MSNBC. These motherfuckers, these old entrenched white folks have lost their fucking mind.
Mm-hmm.
They have lost their mind, at least on the Republican side. At least the Democrats finally shown a spine. But I'm stunned.
They probably think they have something to celebrate with, over the weekend it was announced that Trumpty Dumpty and all of his horses and all of his men were able to take down and kill,
murder
the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi is his name, and it's like one of those things, but it's really just like smoke and mirrors, right? It's like, hey, look, I killed Baghdadi over here, fingering America down here. You know what I'm saying? Just fingering America down here, baby. Watch this hand, though. Watch this hand. You know what I'm saying? So let's be aware and conscious of that, America. That although it's important to take down these leaders and take out ISIS, it's not going to take out ISIS, right? Like ISIS is going to.
There's 3 other cells they already just said. Yeah, you may have got our boy, but real shit, we got other things popping. Paris, watch your ass.
Hey man, listen.
That's what they say.
America's particularly good at this, taking out leaders when we need and want them to.
And we don't need.
And we often know that. We often know that presidents will. Sorry, we get phone. It's a popular show. We get phone calls in the studio.
I thought this shit was turned off. Turn it off.
Listen, guys, we're really good as a country at destroying other nations' leaders and at will, seemingly, right?
Well,
but we've seen that like taking out Saddam didn't make any security, and taking out Osama bin Laden, but Barack Obama did that.
They really do it.
Al Qaeda to ISIS. Well, I mean, what's the real? There's a few letters in the name, different spelling is different, but the thing is, we're just going to keep agitating these extremists in the area, no matter what.
But the way that Trump described how he took him out, he cried like a dog and he was whimpering, and he was saying, "Oh, Trump, don't kill me. Trump, don't kill me." All this shit. He just made up shit. And then he said, Trump, don't kill me. And then the T-Rex ran in. He just makes shit up.
I would honestly though expect him to make up that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but make him sound tougher.
What surprised me though was his description of our own forces and the seeming lack of understanding of how U.S. Special Forces work. He's like, these aren't the guys that go up and knock on your door. Like, no shit, dickhead. Yeah, I wouldn't expect our U.S. Special Forces to go knock. Is al-Baghdadi the leader of ISIS here?
Hey, I know.
Could he come outside?
Is the leader of ISIS here because we want to talk to him?
And then he just described the violence like weird. He's like, they went through a big beautiful hole in the wall. Like, what are you doing? Selling bomb sites? Like it's got a big beautiful pre-bombed hole.
Beautiful wall.
He's in real estate mode. Like he's like trying to sell.
And you know what? That wall, no Mexicans would have got through.
They did a lot of shooting. And they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in? The fact is that they blasted their way into the house in a very heavy wall, and it took them literally seconds. By the time those things went off, they had a beautiful big hole, and they ran in, and they got everybody by surprise. Unbelievably brilliant as fighters. I can't imagine there could be anybody better. And these, as you know, are our top operations.
I think that's called Congress. Okay.
That's
all
pretty much
right.
all.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying right now, it's just like, what else do you need? They've had 3 different officials that come in and actually fucking just blew him out the water with everything he said pertaining to Ukraine. Everything he said. They said, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And then Giuliani with his fake ass, he looks like Count Chocula if he wasn't chocolate. And he got in it.
White chocolate.
And actually, while he was doing it, he was trying to sell different hotel sites back to Trump. So there's so much corruption going on. They see it, and his followers still go, I don't care. I'd rather vote for him I'd rather vote for a Russian, they said, than a Democrat.
Well, that's what they do.
That's why I want y'all to be mouth afraid.
So that's where we are with the impeachment at this point, right? Jumping into that is just a bunch of dissent from Republicans, a bunch of un-American, Confederate, toothless, redneck bullshit.
Big bitches.
What was it on Friday, Thursday, whatever last week?
They got
a group of them. They did straight up ghetto bum rush.
They bum
on the
rushed.
hearing, demanding presence in the hearing, even though there's fucking like 47 Republicans who are on the committee.
Why are you doing that? Just come in.
They're here.
You could just walk in. The doors were open. What the fuck are you talking about?
And so and then not only that, they did it irresponsibly, right? Like they just barged in there into a secure. It's called a skiff.
Yeah.
I think the S in there is for secure. Okay, so
I think the secure. Yeah,
you're not supposed to have like cell phones. You're not supposed to have cell phones and your Apple Watch and none of that shit in there. Why? Because the high target communication devices for foreign entities, right? They're always trying to get into congressmen's phones and use them as a microphone.
Plus, they said with the whistleblower that Trump has been trying to get pictures of him so he can put it on his Twitter so he can let people know, which endangers the whistleblower. He's trying to actually out a whistleblower. This is how crazy this man is. What is wrong? Let's get down to it.
Well, this is just what guilty people do.
I know,
he's trying to distract us from every fact there is.
What is wrong? This is going for our white listeners. What's wrong with y'all?
Our white listeners.
That's for our white listeners. What's wrong with y'all? Why? What does it take for you to just say, you know what, this motherfucker's wrong. He got to go. How does he still have 38% of the population?
I'm going to ask you
supporting this.
I'm going to ask you to be a little more specific than our white listeners, because there are some white listeners who don't support Trump. White viewers, right? So.
Okay, the white listeners that support Trump, what the fuck does he have to do, since you want me to specify between white people? They don't specify pertaining to us.
Well, and also you don't just need to do white Trump supporters either. Like any Trump supporter, like it doesn't matter. Like anybody supporting Trump.
Kanye West, whoever the fuck.
We know why white people are doing it,
because white people
they sticking together till the end, James.
Because they're being bred out. They're being bred out. That's fucked up and true. That by 2028, white population is gonna be minorities.
Don't scare them, Shane.
Let's see.
Something that has been predicted for decades, a shift in demographics in America, now sparking some fresh conversations about race and what it means politically. An analysis of census data from the Brookings Institute projects the number of white Americans will fall below 50% for the first time ever in about 20 years, 2045. At the same time, more Americans are multiracial, and they don't identify exclusively with one box. Julia Manchester, national political reporter for The Hill, joining me right now. Okay, Julia, I read this article published in The Hill. More and more people have a child, a grandchild, another relative married in who is from another ethnic group. 4 in 10 people, according to this Brookings data, identify with a group other than white. So you can't put people in boxes. How exactly will demographics and politics be determined in the future?
Yeah, Adrienne, on the demographic front, it's kind of a question. I think demographers and people who study race are really trying to figure this out because it's ultimately really up to that own person to determine what they identify as. And I think there might be even some questions among multiracial individuals or biracial individuals what they should identify as. So we're sort of getting into new territory when it comes to labeling yourself or if you are multiracial or biracial as a specific race. Now, in terms of politics, look, I think this definitely changes the game a bit because we do know that political parties have targeted specific racial groups. So, for example, the Democratic Party has a very good relationship with Black women. We know that Black women in many ways are the backbone of the Democratic Party when it comes to voting for Democrats in major elections.
So just back to the impeachment really quickly, though, right?
You going back to impeachment? God damn it, man.
We never left it, right? So it's hot topic right now.
Hot topic.
So I love, for lack of a better word, I love the sort of hypocrisy that's just brewing among the Republicans, which was already obvious to a lot of us who are in support of these things, right? But they are literally doing some of the most un-American things you can imagine to our country, right? Well, so like barging into the skiff,
that was one.
With their cell phones, right? That's like going to see your girlfriend while you on the phone with your wife. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to secure that line. You got to shore that up. You can't.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Don't let that crossfade like that. Okay,
Pedro, let me ask you this. Okay, so when you see that, are you really surprised?
I'm not surprised. No. What I'm saying is I am.
J-News, are you surprised? Anybody here in this room?
No. So what I'm saying is I'm. Hold on. Yeah. What I'm saying is.
Don't act like there ain't nobody behind here. Why the fuck y'all acting like there's a third wall?
Right.
Fourth wall.
They do call it the fourth wall.
Yeah. So.
No. But what I'm
right there.
I saw no.
Right there.
Shane, stay on topic. Focus. Shiny object.
He's right there. I can see you, motherfucker.
Right.
All right, go ahead.
But nobody else can, so.
God damn it.
There you go. So what it is, right, you just completely distracted me from the fucking topic.
I didn't distract you.
Yes, you
Look,
did.
man, all right, I'll tell you what.
A goddamn
Since
point.
we're going to stick to the news,
no,
I got it.
No.
No.
That's all right, Stop. Hold on.
Now that you've distracted me.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Notebook.
We're talking about.
What the fuck, man? I'm sorry. I'll be calm. Yeah.
So,
where's Jalen?
Back to the show, Savage as Fuck, where we talk politics, right? Getting into impeachment, the Republicans are un-American as shit right now. So they barge into the skiff.
Non-patriotic.
They're ignoring and pressuring people to ignore subpoenas, right? So you had Charles Kupperman, who was supposed to come in last week.
Supposed to show up.
Yesterday, actually, Monday, who then gets ridiculous and wants to sue Congress for bringing him in on a lawful subpoena.
Right.
He's not.
That the
he
judge
has no
already
executive
said,
privilege now.
The judge already had passed it and said that this impeachment is lawful. There's nothing unlawful about it, but yet the Republicans keep using it as a talking point. They want to make sure that they send that out there where it's like, hey, with the general public, this is unlawful. So even if they say it's lawful, we want you to know it's unlawful. That's what they're doing. It's basically, like you said, it's distraction. But the fact that the fact that right now that they're not showing up for subpoenas, Congress finally said, okay, fuck that. You don't show up for your court date, guess what? You're in contempt. If you're in contempt, some of these people are going to be put in jail.
Yeah.
Flat out put in jail.
You can't
and then they'll
just
be raped.
Ignore subpoenas, especially
with a broom.
Especially you cannot ignore subpoenas, especially as a private citizen, right? Like Kupperman's a private citizen. So He bitched out, didn't show up. But we do have, what's his name, Vinderman today.
Which is heavy.
He's the top expert on Ukraine, on the Security Council.
War veteran, got a Purple Heart, saved a puppy from a tree at least 3 times in his life. A lot of motherfuckers can't say that. Yeah. And 3 times? How many puppies been in trees? Usually it's cats.
Who's throwing dogs in the trees?
Who's throwing puppies in the trees?
Russia.
Yep. We already know it's the Ukraine.
That's right.
I mean, and so I think that...
So apparently there's more damning testimony coming from Vindman today. And, he's being patriotic and doing his duty, showing up for the subpoena and just telling it like it is. And what's key about his testimony is that he is allegedly the other person who was on the line, on the phone, while President Trump was strong-arming Ukraine.
And which made him feel, he's like, oh, this is not right. And he actually went through the channels. But this dude is a straight shooter, straight shot. And he already got 22 death threats when he said he was coming forward.
Yeah.
You got to think how crazy the country's become, where the person that's coming to try to do the right thing, they're like, nah, we got to take him out. But he was brave enough to do it. And a lot of the people that are speaking out on this shit are brave enough to come out and actually, go against this president, as opposed to the other 68 to 70% of Republicans that are not saying shit, other than they're flipping themselves around and like, oh, well, you know what? Maybe Trump had a good reason for asking. They come up with whatever they can to say that he's okay. I personally think that if the Democrats are, they're moving pretty fast, the Democrats come harder and harder, I think that right now he's going to be impeached before 2020. Not the impeachment vote and everything's going to go through before 2020.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere we go. All right, guys. We didn't pay for that song, so I don't think we can sing much more.
They're going to hit us.
They're going to hit us. Santa Claus is coming down the chimney. Hey, guys, we're Savage AF. Right here, Marcus King presents Dash Comedy.
No,
Dash
Comedy. Marcus King.
El Rey. Guys, we do have to take a quick break. When we come back from the break, man, we got the first Me Too victim after Congress passed the Me Too law for within Congress, and it's just a shocker who it is. I gotta admit, didn't see this one coming.
You didn't see that coming?
Missouri is doing a labia lockdown. Ding, 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 ding.
They've been trying to lock labias down for a long, long time.
And there's an outbreak in Pakistan that is just gonna break your heart, guys. Stay with us. We're Savage AF. We'll be right back, y'all.
Right back.
Yeah. Black Pedro. Shame. Black Pedro.
So
shame.
On
Black
the break.
Pedro. Shame. We still doing it. I know we're doing it. It's all good. We still here.
We still
this
here.
This is a little BTS for y'all, which stands for behind the scenes. Okay?
Behind the scenes. You're
this is what we do on the break. We just
there you go. That was the
break.
Right now in our country, we are facing a very serious health crisis. And the crisis is affecting many, many people in our country, most of whom are, frankly, silently suffering. After the United States Supreme Court took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. How dare these elected leaders believe they are in a better position to tell women what they need, to tell women what is in their best interest. We have to be a nation that trusts women. You know, there's something very basic about this. I think that there is something that is very basic about this in terms of who we are as Americans and our founding principles, which include a founding principle that we believe in freedom. We believe in freedom. Freedom from the government telling us what to do about matters of heart and home. We believe in the right of people to make basic decisions like when and if they will start a family and how. In traveling the country, part of what I point out, which is what we all know, regardless of your gender, think about this. If we, in this year of our Lord, 2024, have a state of being where the government can tell you what to do with your body, I mean, the most basic of things you should have control over, Everybody better watch out about what other freedoms you're taking for granted.
Guys, we're Savage AF right here. Marcus King presents Dash Comedy.
I wasn't going to put it that way.
Well, speaking of the ladies and busting, Missouri.
Yes.
Or as I like to call it, misery.
Yes.
Is they're busting down. They're doing a labia lockdown, and all free vaginas must go. Okay. So there's a current sort of legal battle over the very last. And this is not a joke, but this is absolutely the very last abortion clinic, or I shouldn't say abortion clinic. I'm going to say Planned Parenthood facility. This is the last Planned Parenthood facility, the last place you can get a legal abortion in the state of Missouri, and the state legislation is trying to close it.
Well, we already do that. Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama. There's different places been trying to shut down all of Planned Parenthood. But Missouri really has been aggressive and closed down 7 in a row.
Yeah.
So this is the last one. And so women are going to have to drive like 5 hours, 6 hours to deal with this shit. And I'm wondering, what is the big deal, Missouri? I want to know from people in Missouri that watch the show.
What is the deal?
You can make a comment if you want. What is the big deal? I mean, why do these old men want to control these women's bodies? Is what is it that you were like, what is it about you that you just were like, I got to make sure that they do what I want them to do?
You know, I think that they use their religious dogma, this Christianity, the Bible,
Christianity bullshit,
as just a control mechanism. So they're gonna reference the Bible and act like they're saving babies when really they don't care what happens to the child.
Right? They don't care
after
about
it's
people
born.
that's alive now. They don't care about kids that are alive now, especially kids of color.
They just want the power to control people.
Right.
You know? That's all it is.
But that's how religion has always been. That's why there's a movie called The Book of Eli where he was just like, it's just a book. No, it's a weapon!
Right.
That's how he did it in the movie. No, it's a weapon! And then a little tear came down his face.
Right.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Scene.
That was
Thank you.
stirring performance.
Thank you. What did you think?
That was amazing.
Did you think?
I would have booked you.
I think I nailed it.
I would have booked you.
I would have booked me too.
Yeah.
But no, it's just I think the religion always has used that to control people, to tell them what to do. You got to think anal in certain places is illegal. I'm not making that up.
Yeah.
Anal's illegal. Like you can't.
Like Texas.
Oral sex is illegal. You can't have a certain amount of dildos in a house. No, seriously, there's a comic. Tom Rose was talking about that. And he said that in Arizona, there is a minimum, you have to have a 2 dildo minimum.
You mean maximum?
Maximum.
Okay, I was like, you ain't gonna make me have 2 dildos.
You ain't gonna make me buy 4 more.
Yeah,
but
I'm good.
You have to, so it's like, and then his question was, what if 8 women live in the house? So
now they gotta share.
Well, they have to share, which is disgusting. But I'm just
But would
saying,
make a great video.
Oh
I'd
my
watch.
God. Talk about 2 girls, a cup, and a
Hey, yo.
No, I'm saying right now, though, if you look at how the different people that are against abortion, it's all religious based, but the bottom line is that's why a lot of people are backing Trump, because he's getting judges that will go against abortion in there, and they're like powering them through.
Definitely.
Right now. That's why they wanted Kavanaugh, because Kavanaugh is, he's, pro-life, and he's a little bit crazy with it. And so I think that right now, Missouri doesn't understand. Women are going to go crazy.
Misery.
Yeah, it's misery.
I just don't understand. So apparently there have been some failed abortions there at the clinic.
Right.
So that under the guise of that and sort of unsafe conditions, they want to shut down this clinic.
Right.
But it's already like the last one. Like it's just so ridiculous. To counter it, or just to balance out the scales, Planned Parenthood is opening a new facility like 13 miles away in Illinois, not too far away,
Right.
just outside. Because this clinic, the last clinic in Missouri, is in St. Louis. So this clinic
Which is
would be like
a short hop and skip and a jump.
Yeah, this new clinic in Illinois would be like 13 miles away. But still, that doesn't, and that only helps that one area of Missouri. But there's a whole state now,
Right.
even with the current one open, that really legitimately doesn't have access to abortion and other health services. Again, I'd like to stress that Planned Parenthood facilities, which is why I want to make that distinction, aren't strictly there to abort your little Jesus babies,
They
okay?
teach people about different things to protect themselves sexually.
It's about women's health
and women's health issues and coming to check and pap smears and on and on and on. The motherfuckers that, let's be real, the motherfuckers in Missouri and the motherfuckers that's in Congress that are against women having the right to do whatever the fuck they want to do, we already know what it is. The religious right has a fucking stronghold on the political process.
Yeah.
And that's why they are like closing these places and they're making shit up. Well, the door was supposed to be red and the door was green, so we are going to close it. They're making shit up. So I think that what women need to do, and I'm going to point to all the women out there, women, you need to get madder. All you pro-life women, and you pro-life women, you need to take a backseat, and the pro-choice women need to actually, because there's more pro-choice women than there is pro-life women, you need to really step up, and when it comes to voting in 2020, smash these motherfuckers to the ground. That's what you need to do.
And I'm going to add on to that and just say that not just women, but fellas.
There you go.
We need to step up too, right? We need to fight for our wives, our sisters, our daughters' futures, right? To not let these, cracker-ass crackers for...
Did you wait? Cracker-ass crackers?
Yeah, for lack of a...
Wow.
I don't even want a better term.
We just lost
I think
2 more crackers.
I think that's...
We lost
Two more crumbs,
right? We just lost 2 more saltines that's not going to watch the show.
But not just the ladies, fellas, let's step up too. Let's step up too,
Yeah,
guys, and really get out in those voting boxes, because why do you really give a fuck, bro? Like why you really give a fuck what a woman does with her body, especially if it's not carrying your child or anything like that. So let's grow the fuck up. On that note.
You know what, Chappelle, did you see the Chappelle special? Where he said, if you have the choice to have the baby, I have the choice not to pay for it. And first off, that's totally fucked up, but funny, because I feel like a lot of men don't see it like, well, hey, it got shit to do with me. It do got something to do with you.
Absolutely.
If you have a sister or a mother, or if you have a mother, if you don't have a mother, what the fuck? How were you born?
Yeah.
Fucking,
Bro, first of all, if you left your mayonnaise, in her sandwich, okay, then you are responsible for the toppings and the flavor.
Come out your helmet.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it starts there, bro. Wherever you leave your seed, whatever grows, you're responsible for it either
it's
way.
half you.
Yeah, that's part on you.
It's half
man.
your DNA.
If you get tricked into something, I don't know. If you
I've
poke
had
holes in the condom or something
I've
like
had
that.
that happen.
All right, that's a different situation.
I've had that happen, and
But
she was so mad. She got. I don't even care. Fuck it. This show's savage as fuck.
It is savage as
She
fuck.
poked holes and said that she wanted to have my child because she wanted our baby to have my eyes.
There you go.
And which is creepy right there, pet cemetery ass bitch. And I said it. You're a pet cemetery ass bitch. But then when I said no, I mean I'll be there for the kid, but I ain't gonna be there for you.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, I'm getting an abortion. So there are women that do crafty, tricky ass shit and trap men and do shit like that.
But even those women deserve to have an abortion when they want to.
If they want to have an abortion,
like whatever
not
the
an
fuck.
abortion.
And they probably should.
It's a heavy
they
ass
sound
show.
They sound like nut bat bitches.
And and I did a joke about there would be no discussion if men had to have if we had to get the abortions instead.
Mm-hmm.
There wouldn't be no discussion. There'd be clinics everywhere. 7-Eleven, CVS.
Gas
McDonald's,
stations, for sure.
They'd be snipping niggas left and right.
Yes, sir.
Like they'd be scooping out babies of men left and right. So I think that's the double standard with the way we treat women pertaining to society. But the main thing is, this is what I feel like. I feel like women aren't being proactive enough and angry enough about the situation. Just like I feel like black people aren't being as proactive about stuff. We kind of get mad for a couple weeks. And it fades. I think that anger and that you got to keep that going until it's fixed.
Oh, I mean, to be honest though, I think women have been fighting for this thing for a long time. I think that's why I was trying to add on and put the onus on more men to get involved in this issue too, because it's not just a women's issue. Black people need to get more active politically and in our community.
Right.
But black people doing more about racism isn't going to solve racism, right? I believe that we need more white people to be involved, and not be involved in black things, but Like I said
Just
a couple
call
weeks
out the
ago.
real.
Yeah, like white people.
Keep it real.
Get rid of the Nazis. Like you need to worry about Nazis. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
like in that sense, racism is a white problem.
Right.
But the way they need to address it is by nipping it in the bud, which is cracker ass cracker.
Cracker. And let's be honest about it. If you white and you're Jewish, they wasn't just mad at black people. They were saying Jews will not replace us with tiki torches, and they were threatening Jews too.
Oh, they hate everybody.
The Jewish community, who I understand that they have a lot of solidarity. You need to address it too, because they're coming after you too. They after your ass.
Speaking of tiki torches,
Yeah, that was a good segue. Man.
LA's on fire.
Hey,
Every government
can't have morals. Every government is narcissistic in a lot of ways. How so, Zoe? The supply is the people. A narcissist needs supply, adoration, admiration, attention, right? Right? So the people serve as the supply for the politician, right? So they didn't care that he looked incompetent, he looked fragile, he looked lost, he was freezing. They didn't care. They said, well, the polls say he has the best chance of beating Trump. Another gangster. They're all gangsters, right? They knew that. They said, well, regardless of what's wrong with him, he has the best chance. So we're going to ride with him and we're going to act like ain't nothing wrong with him. Is that not gaslighting? A narcissist will tell you, ain't nothing wrong with me, I'm good. Is that not what Biden did after the 27th? I'm not leaving. I'm strong. I'm the only one who can beat Trump, is what he said. Isn't that what he said? He said, I'm good. Then he made a few more gaffes, a few more faux pas, and some called Kamala Harris Vice President Trump, right? Called the other president, who was the president they at war with? He called him Putin, President Putin. They didn't give a fuck, because that's a figurehead. That's not the one who's running the government. When I say they don't have any morals, most politicians are like narcissists. And when we look at the Republican versus the Democratic Party, we see, let me tell you what you're choosing from, because I was talking to Sarah earlier today, and Sarah was like, well, as bad as everybody is, I would prefer the lesser of two evils. And you've heard that in political talk before. Trump is a 37-time felon, 6 bankruptcies, sex abuse charges, all types. And you're 100% right. Dirtbag, scumball, but white and rich and can run for president again. Why? Because that's how the government was set up initially, for rich, white, land-owning males. That's what it is. They don't give a damn if they're suffering from Parkinson or if they're suffering from narcissism. They don't give a damn, because that's a figurehead that represents a larger governmental apparatus. You go out and you do your research and you look up the Bohemian Society. They got a big ass owl statue, right? Who is that owl? It ain't OVO. Who's the owl? Boomy. Look it up. There's a book out there called The Book of Boomy. It's got an owl on it. Masonic book. That's where the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1% government gangster ballers from all over the world, the sky ballers, come to plan how your life gonna run.
They have an entire ritual that they perform called the death of care. C-A-R-E, the death of care. What does that mean? How many people died in the pandemic? Millions. And they knew millions would die. And if you're a human being, you have empathy. They don't really give a fuck. Politicians are like narcissists. Democrats and Republicans are like two variations of narcissists. You got the overt, grandiose narcissist, right? Which is Trump. Let's make America great again. There are good people on both sides. Right? Moloch, the owl, exactly. Look up Moloch. You'll see. You'll see who the fuck Moloch is. Look up Moloch, M-O-L-O-C-H. Look up Moloch. Oh, that you think the secret societies and Illuminati and all, none of this has anything to do with politics? You out of your fucking mind if you think so. Look it up. So the Democrat is the covert narcissist. Don't liberals act like covert narcissists? A covert narcissist, or what they call an empathetic narcissist, can fake empathy. They call it cognitive empathy. It look like they give a fuck, but they really don't. Can you see the correlation there? The Democrat is, we gotta serve the people and we gotta look out for the people. But when you start looking up their history, a lot of damn congressmen and government officials got criminal records, running all types of scams, RICO, all types of fuck shit going on. Right? Tell me, am I lying? Am I lying? So the Democrats, and you've seen it, I call it pathological altruism. The liberals be talking down to the people that they're supposed to be providing diversity to. Well, I'm here to help you. I mean, you can either take this offer, like if you really wanted to do right by folk, you'd say, damn, my people can only be wealthy because of centuries of using your people like a John Deere tractor. We saw them in the same light as I see this microphone. This is a tool for me to speak through. For centuries, that's what it was. Black people are property. Black people are things. Black people are a fetish to be used to further my comfort in this world. You got one grandiose narcissist that's stoking those memories in his constituents and the people that listen to him. Right? That's Trump. Let's make America great again. If you understand anything about the construction of America, the South believed it was a divine right and it was a part of their culture to be slave masters. That's why as the country started to progress and do different things, the South was always the first to say that it don't say that shit in the Constitution. And if you do something that's outside of the Constitution, we are in fear that you can come back and say slavery is illegal. That was South Carolina. South Carolina. You trying to do a national bank? Where does it say national bank in the Constitution? Anything that's not in the Constitution, you can't just arbitrarily do. Because if you just do shit, then that means the Constitution don't mean anything. And at some point, you Northerners are going to say slavery is wrong. The South was ahead of it. And they was like, this is our culture. You got a candidate today, Trump, stoking those beliefs. Somebody sent me a clip on Instagram earlier today where you see these white men talking to these little kids. Get out of here, little niglet, little nigger. And they talking to the police. Get them motherfucking niggas out of here. He said he ain't gonna be no future engineer. That's what he's saying to kids, to children. It's a group of white men. Get these little niggas out of here, little nigga. And the one little kid was like, fuck y'all. You know, he had his little bucket with him. He was like, fuck y'all. And he was like, you hear him talking to us like that? So you got one candidate that's stoking that indirectly. Oh, I don't support Project 25. You talk about Christian conservatism, you're also talking about racism. People don't want to connect the two. Conservative Christian, especially in the white context, has a space for slavery, has a space for black subordination. Because most of the remember the KKK was a Christian group. Or so they lead you to believe. They were actually a secret society. Right? KKK secret society created by a damn Mason, one of the highest level Masons. You know, I ain't gonna tell you his name, look him up. Right? Devil worshiper, spy. I'm giving you some insight as to who he was. Spy, devil worshiper. People say he was a devil worshiper because he talked about Lucifer. And he said, we worship the light. I don't want to tell you who he is. I want you to look him up for yourself. He said, we worship the light. Please understand there's a difference between a Lucifer worshiper, a Luciferian, and a devil worshiper. There's a difference. Lucifer was the light bearer. He said, we worship the light. Light is illumination. Illumination is knowledge. Illumination is insight. Thus, the Illuminati, the enlightened ones. How are they enlightened? They use old occultic knowledge. What is occultic knowledge? Occultic knowledge is secret, i.e. sacred knowledge. That's what secret and sacred mean the same thing. That's why you have the word sword. Sword is spelled S-word. Secret word. The sword. Why does that matter? Because even if you look at, say, the Far Eastern or the Shriners, they have a upside down crescent with a sword over it. And it's a certain type of sword. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Look it up. Why the crescent with the sword over it? It says, if you reveal the secret, you will die by the sword. S-word. They're all tied in together and been tied in together. It wasn't Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is much later than this man that I'm talking about. Occult just means hidden. Why is it hidden? Because they don't want the commoner to get information that would actually liberate them. Enlightenment represents self-sovereignty. Enlightenment represents integration with God. They knew this. That's why they dumbed the Bible down. They knew this. Take the esoterics out of the Bible. Translate it from the Vulgate. Vulgate, vulgus, vulgar. the unlearned commoners. They knew this from the very religion, politics, pimping, it's all the same thing. They knew this. People cannot tap into the source that is within them. Jesus taught the same thing. Buddha taught the same thing. I got to fight my inner demons. Buddha fought illusion and inner demon and fear and anxiety. Albert Pike is the guy. Somebody found him. Exactly. He's the one who started the KKK. They got a statue of Albert Pike in Washington, D.C. right now. You understand? The whole time the government has been in place, it has been to marginalize the power of the people's vote. You're dealing with people who built this thing saying God, in God we trust, but they're not talking about religion. That's why when the founding fathers put this together, they were like, no religion. We're not a religious country, even though we're the most religiously diverse country in the world. There's more religions in America than anywhere than any country in the world. But at the same time, we're also the most religiously illiterate. So Christians don't read the Quran. The Quran don't read the Dharmapada. People are not reading the Gilgamesh epics. People are not reading the Enuma Elish. People are not reading the Atrahasis. People are not reading the Sanskrit, the Vedas and the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. People not reading nothing. My belief is my belief. Y'all stay over there. Y'all stay over there. Segregated, right? Politicians understand segregated people who are not turned on inside spiritually have no self-sovereignty. So they need a governmental intercessor. That's your politician. So Biden steps down amid pressure. I asked Sarah to create a flyer, but we ain't gonna be able to get it. And that flyer was, I wanted
what we do here is go back.
Politics, entertainment, current events. The Intersection brings it to you real on the Voice of Reason station on Dash Radio.
With Senator Isidore Hall and Nikki Flores, live every Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on the Voice of Reason channel on Dash Radio.
Well, good morning. I'm Senator Isidore Hall.
I'm Nikki Flores.
And you're at The Intersection. And by the way, make sure you follow us on The Intersection Live on YouTube. Do that right now. We are hijacking the Zoe What Show. Thank you, Zoe, for allowing us to do that. Also, we're on Voice of Reason. We're broadcasting right here live on Vibe Free TV, right here in the great city of Inglewood. We got a lot of stuff to unpack today. A lot of stuff happened down in Kentucky over the night. We've got that. We've got the hearings that's beginning to begin in Washington, D.C. We have some folks cutting up on chicken that we want to talk about. And most of all, we want to talk about all the happenings and the going on. That's the hot topics this morning. Right, Nikki?
That's right. That's how we do it on The Intersection.
That's how we do it on The Intersection. But make sure you follow us. Make sure you go to The Intersection Live on YouTube. Click follow. And let the show begin. Lean in. We've got a lot to talk about.
Today, we just hit the highest number in the history of the stock market, and that's hundreds of days. So last week, think of this. In the history of our country, it's never done better. And by the way, that's not rich, that's not poor, that's for everybody. Your 401ks, how you doing? Pretty good, right? Pretty good. People tell me that their wives, their husbands, all of a sudden they've been running the 401ks for years, and they totally lost respect for, let's say, the husband. Totally lost respect. Now they think he's a financial genius because he's up 74%. She says, darling, I love you. You are the most incredible, brilliant financial mind. And you know what? If the Democrats get in, that's not going down by 50%. That's going down to nothing. It's going to be worthless. Going to be worthless.
So yeah, so apparently, if the Dems win, the market is going to crash, and everybody's going to be poor folks in America. So I would suggest then that if that's any indication based on the polls of what's happening across the nation, that everybody should just take all their money out now and just start moving out of the country. Is that what he's saying?
He don't know what he's saying. He's just trying to scare anybody into voting for him. Well, everybody's going to lose their job.
Right.
Everybody's going to lose their health care. The streets will be rampant with crazy immigrants, and there will be no borders to the United States of America.
Going rampant, running
get
rampant.
Out of here. He just will say anything. And the people who are supporting him want him to just say anything and aren't going to look into it. They at the rally wearing a bunch of read the transcript shirts. First of all, half y'all can't read. Let's be real. Second of all, ain't none of y'all read that shit. He didn't read it.
He don't even know what the hell that says.
It. Talking about read the
transcript.
transcript. And then, what part of it would you like us to read? The part that says whatever I wanted to say. I'm not looking at it.
Right.
And it wasn't a transcript, right? On top of that, it was just a memo.
It was a memo.
I'm
It was
so
a memo.
done with him.
And so he has this base. And I was watching that rally. He has this base. They just show up and want to hear jargon.
Yes.
They just want to hear him rant. They want to hear him rave. They want to hear him curse. They want to hear him just call people out of their names. This is the crowd.
Well, I'm starting to wonder, how many, I would love to get a poll of attendees of his rallies, at this point, because I'm wondering, how many of those people are just, WWE fans, you know what I mean? Who are wrestling fans who just want to see some craziness at a rally happening. Because I would be if he was coming to my school, for instance, I probably would want to see that in person. I might be down to go. I'm not going to wear a read the transcript shirt to get on the screen, but I might go just to check it out and see the craziness. I'm not going to stay the whole time.
So you're saying that?
I wonder if there's spectators
there.
You know what I mean?
That's what I was
trying
asking.
to see it.
Yeah. So I'd like to believe that there is a significant number of folks going to the rallies. They're really not Trump supporters, but they just want to be part of the drama.
They got to be getting the people who are always behind him, first of all, that's been changing and getting younger and more colorful. Don't play me, sir.
That's not by accident.
And now they got all the read the transcript
shirts.
I need to really hear their loyalty pledge to him to really believe it. At this point, I don't really believe that they supporting him.
I don't believe so. But you hear what's going on, right? You mentioned the UFC and whatnot, but you hear he was booed he went to the UFC fight and he was booed. Now these are the radicals. Now I like UFC. I like what they've evolved to be, and I know Frank and Lorenzo Fertitta, who are the owners of the UFC, and they just sold it not long ago, but they were the owners of UFC, and they really created that to be like a drama-packed kind of situation. Mm-hmm. That fits into the demographic of the Trump supporters, drama-packed, raging, fighting, falling out, bloodshed, all that kind of stuff. It fits
he's collected all of Jerry Springer's fans.
Right.
You know what I mean? Come to me, join me.
But you know what's interesting is that they booed him. These are supposed to be people that play into that Trump factor, but they booed him.
It happened.
Not only did they boo him, but he was also booed a couple of days before at the football game. Bank, what football game was that he was booed at? He was booed at a football game.
Booed at the baseball game. Yeah, you mean the World Series?
At the World Series, yeah. He was booed there, at home. So he's starting to feel.
At home? Was it Florida?
Washington,
your boy is claiming Florida right now.
Right. Yeah, he is right. Yeah, by the way, what is home? Washington, New York, Florida?
New York is and always has been his home. He's trying to get some love over there in Florida. You know they crazy in Florida.
You know what he's doing. He's trying to rev up the base, tell the Floridians, hey,
I'm one of y'all.
I'm one of y'all. You know, well, he certainly can't come to California and hang out on the Trump golf course in California. You know, he's not going to do that. There's no way up. There's no way in and out over there. You know, so Florida's his best spot. But anyway, he's been booed. So apparently his draw is starting to like fold a little bit, and I'm noticing that even in the polls, his approval ratings are actually dropping.
I mean, people want to be on the winning team.
Right.
So all these people who are in the middle who can be swayed either way because
Right.
this don't clearly really matter to them.
Right.
They are just, like,
Yeah, like whatever.
whatever.
Well, people even.
But if it looks like he's gonna get impeached, they're gonna be like, "See, I told you the whole time." They want to be on that kind of bandwagon.
I would say this, and you always, my mom used to always say, whenever you say, with all due respect, that means you're getting ready to disrespect somebody.
No offense, but
No offense.
let me offend you right quick.
With all due respect, well, you're getting ready to disrespect me. So, but with all due respect, to the Trump supporters and those that are not as intelligent as most, okay? Is that palatable, what I just said?
No, nobody's like, okay, he's talking to me. I'm one of them dummies. Go on, Senator.
Even they want a reason to hope. Even they want a reason to believe that somebody is a real leader. A blind dog, wants someone that could see. Oh God, help me, Jesus. Even a blind dog wants someone that could see, right? So they want someone. At the end of the day, it's all fun and games, but at the end of the day, the fun and games play out, and that they want someone, ultimately a leader, to be able to lead them. And I think the fun and games has played out, and the gimmicks and the jingles and all that stuff that Trump was doing in the beginning, all that is played out now. He's not going to be able to go to the rallies this year or next year and do the same nonsense that he did 4 years ago. All that's played out. We've been on that theater house. We know the show. We don't like it. Let's move on. So anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll move on.
Yeah, and certainly a world where we're getting somewhere is that world where it's coming down to the two of us. Obviously,
Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg is indeed on the rise here in Iowa, but he's not alone, with new polling showing that former Vice President Joe Biden and Senators Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders maintain a grip on the top spots in the race for president. On Sunday, Buttigieg backtracked, telling CBSN it's not yet a two-way race.
Yeah, that didn't come out right. I can't remember the exact context for that.
But not before other candidates shot down his theory.
It's naive for him to think that at this point the fate of this election has been determined. But it's very important that anyone who wants to be a leader has the ability to walk and talk with every community.
Hello.
That's a knock on Buttigieg's weak standing with Black and Latino voters. Candidates like Julian Castro say the party needs a nominee who can get them to the polls.
If that person can't connect with those communities, they simply should not be at the top of the ticket. It's too risky.
Meanwhile, the top issue of conversation this weekend, health care, and Warren's plan to pay for it, which would divert the funds employers currently pay private health care companies to the government and increase taxes on the wealthy.
It doesn't raise taxes on anybody but billionaires. And you know what? The billionaires can afford it, and I don't call them middle class.
Moderates like Joe Biden are...
What say ye?
I mean, everybody's still trying to hang on at this point.
Yeah.
The Democratic candidate race is kind of in a dead zone right now with everything else that's going on. And unless anybody can be bigger than what's going on, then it's kind of on the back burner, until we can figure out what's going on with the current president. He's currently ruining the world. Everybody's kind of worried about that and trying to figure out if he's really going to get impeached or not. And then that is just super secondary at this point, you know, especially all the like second tier candidates, which keeps fluctuating. So it's like nobody really knows anything. It's hard. None of the, you know, the statisticians can't really like put anything together on like who's it going to be. And there's no real way to narrow it down except for time to pass and, you know, voters to vote and see how we really feel. But anything can happen with any of these people at any moment.
Yeah,
like,
and that's exactly right. In fact, that's so true. And the fact of the matter is that, you know, we have a year to go, and you know it's time now for the Democrats, Buttigieg and Warren and Beto's out, but Buttigieg, Warren and Senator Harris and all the rest of them. It's time for them to start talking about real issues and stop beating each other down, because here's what's going to happen. They're going to use all their opposition research on each other, tear each other down. Then Trump is going to use all the opposition research that was already used against them to further beat them down. And so, you know, by the time they get into the big league play, whoever that one or two is, they're going to be so torn down by each other. Trump's job is just going to be easy. You see what the other Democrats say about you, you know, and so they need to chill out, talk about issues. Elizabeth Warren needs to figure out what the hell she's going to do with this crazy health care plan that she's going to charge the American people $175 trillion for, you know, which is twice the size of the U.S. budget. You know, she needs to figure out what she's going to do and come up with a real plan. The other people, Biden needs to figure out what he's talking about. You know, Kamala needs to get her program together. Beto's out. And then you've got Buttigieg, you know, out here flossing like he's number one candidate right now, you know. And by the way, he is rising in the polls. But he doesn't have, I think it's wrong for him to come out and basically say, hey, me and Warren are going to be the top two right now. We're rising the polls. You know, don't say that. Let's talk about your issues. Let's support each other, and let's say, hey, we're in this thing together.
Right.
And the objective is to ultimately win and to beat Trump.
Right. I think that the candidates and the party and the Democratic Party alike need to just not try and make the decision for any of the people. We had 20, you know what I mean? That's as varied as we can get it. So if you ain't got your person right here, then they just, you know, maybe they're just not here this term, but just let the chips fall where they're made. You don't have to really funnel people this direction or that, because
they're gonna go.
It's going to happen.
Right.
We're going to have to vote organically. So stop trying to force people's hand and figure out how we can change their minds. And how can we change the minds of the American people? Just present the information with honesty and clarity, and you know, let people make that decision. That's what a democracy
Cream
is
rides
supposed
to the top, right? You notice Beto resigned or dropped out rather of the race.
Did you see Saturday Night Live?
No.
Oh, I can't even remember what the guy said. It was on like the weekend update part of it. And he was like, Beto O'Rourke is out of the race. And he was like, Beto said, no, El Presidente por mí, or something. I was crying because that's how he
was
sounds.
He was lifting up his Spanish. You know, he came out and supported Joe Biden. Which was a good look for him. You know, they thought Beto was high promise, right? He was Kennedy-esque, you know, so they say. They loved him. And, you know, quite honestly, just don't think. So here's what happens, right? And I don't mean to go too far off, and you guys tell me if we got to move on. But here's what happened. He had all this air blown into him in the beginning. You got Oprah Winfrey, boom. You had all the Rolling Stones, boom. You had all these magazines, these outlets blowing air, so he was inflated early on. And then he got on the national stage and realized that, wait a minute, there's got to be some meat on the bones here.
Well, yeah, he he looks like privilege,
Yeah.
but he was talking some ideals that made sense to all of us.
Right.
And then we were like, explain those ideals. And he was like, como? Like,
Yeah.
you know, like, what do you mean by explain? So I think he's got the, you know, like the heart and soul of what you want in a politician and in a president.
Right.
But he didn't have any of the real experiential
The meat on the bone.
things that he needed to really drive it home. He
Right.
can still be that person in the future if he wants
Right.
to continue on this path. That's the other thing. It's like now that we have this whole crop of candidates, these are all people who are now household names.
Right.
So they all have a chance at political aspirations if they
Barack
could get it
Obama,
together
right?
and not, you know,
Right.
disappear.
Well, look at, you're right. But so Buttigieg was just the opposite, right? Beto, air early on, inflation, collapse. Beto was just the opposite. No, I'm sorry. Buttigieg was just the opposite. No one knew him. He was a mayor. They couldn't even pronounce his name. He's a gay mayor out of a small South Bend. You know, nobody knew him. He's like this guy, please. Nobody knew him. Now this guy is rising, right? He allowed who he was as a candidate to define him.
Yeah.
He didn't allow false air and air to blow him up and inflate him.
Yeah, it was his own words and responses to questions and all that
Meat on the bone.
led to his own rise.
Right.
We'll see. We'll see where the chips fall.
So we'll see. I'm gonna tell you, I'm scared. I'm not gonna talk about. Warren needs to get her little act together. You know, she needs to figure it out because this multi-trillion-dollar health care plan that she has. Have you decided you're gonna support her or not yet? Are you a Warner? Let's move on. I'm not gonna. I don't want to argue with Nick. Nikki's like, get out of my lane right now.
Losing their grip on the Kentucky governor's seat. Kentucky's Attorney General, Democrat Andy Beshear, claiming victory over the incumbent governor, Matt Bevin, enjoying a razor-thin lead of a few thousand votes.
Tonight, I want to say thank you to our union families that helped make this election happen.
Even with 100% of the votes in, Republican Matt Bevin is still refusing to concede. The Associated Press says the race is still too close to call.
There have been more than a few irregularities. This is a close race. We are not conceding this race by any stretch.
My expectation is that he will honor the election that was held tonight, that he will help us make this transition.
Even though the race was close, Bevin's loss in the bluegrass state could be a bad omen for GOP leadership, including Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who's up for re-election next year with just an 18% approval rating in his home state. Trump carried Kentucky by 30 points in 2016.
So looks like Mitch McConnell has a new governor in Kentucky, right?
It ain't one of his.
It ain't one of his. Democratic candidate won, Attorney General won the governor's race in Kentucky. And not only did he win in Kentucky, but it is a statement sent to the Republican Party that the red state of Kentucky can and will support a Democratic candidate for president.
This is historic, right? The first time that they've had state and
Senate. Yes, that's correct.
Democrats in Kentucky. I mean, things are changing.
Yeah.
You know?
Mitch McConnell's in trouble. He doesn't necessarily. He's up for re-election next year. You know, and so this governor. Here's the real. There's the hitch and the getaway here. So this governor. How do we pronounce his name? In Kentucky, the new governor.
The new one? Is it Amash? Was it Amash?
I keep trying to remember how to pronounce his name. Get me the name, Neil. So this governor also ran to restore Medicaid health care services to the Kentuckians. Also ran to restore voting rights for felons who have served their time, right? And it's something like 150,000, 200,000 of them on the rolls, right? That will be added to the voting rolls. That is now, given that this governor won by maybe a percentage point. Maybe that's like 10,000 people.
Yeah, it was real close.
150 to 200,000 felons added to the voting roll will definitely impact the election coming up, the presidential cycle election. So Mitch McConnell has a serious problem right now. And his senatorial race is thrown into chaos. They have a Democratic candidate that's on his heels already. And so if the voting rights of these felons who have served their time, yes, they should vote. If those are restored, and based upon the close race happened last night, I would, if I were Mitch McConnell, I'd be cooling my heels a little bit. And I'd be pivoting right now, and I'll be shutting the hell up a little bit on some of this nonsense that he's talking about, and worry about the base at home right now.
Yeah. I will say this about Kentucky, because we're talking about them switching from red to blue, and I don't want any of our viewers or anybody listening to us to think that it's necessarily like, oh, when you switch from Republican to Democratic, you're doing the right thing. This is also highlighting how bad the Republicans are doing right now, that they can't keep their own people. You know, we used to live in a political world where both parties had good ideas, they just didn't always agree and had different priorities. So it wasn't like, oh, the Republicans is talking crazy. It wasn't always like that. And right now it's become that, to where they've demolished their own party, to where people are like, they're not even talking the sense that I'm used to them talking, because they're so busy up Trump's butt.
Right.
Like,
yeah. Like Trump said about Biden is up Obama's butt. You remember he said that, kissing his butt or whatever. No, the Republicans are kissing Trump's behind. Man. Okay. And you're absolutely right. I mean, listen, we Matt Bevin is the past one, I believe. So we're in a place right now where if you're a Republican, you don't agree with Democratic issues. If you're a Democrat, you don't agree with Republican issues.
which that don't make no sense.
That don't make no sense. You can be a Democrat and agree with some Republican values.
You should be agreeing with logic.
With logic.
And sense.
That's how I am.
Common sense.
You know what I'm saying? Republicans have some good ideas. Democrats have some good ideas.
Right.
You know, it's no. I'm taking my marbles and going on this side. I'm drawing the line right here. You know what I'm saying? You know, oh, I'm sorry, you have an accident. You need heart surgery. The surgeon is a Republican. I'm gonna die because you're a Republican. You know what I'm saying? Because I want a Republican. Too far. Yeah, you're taking it too far. It doesn't make any sense. And so, I think that what we're seeing right now, also in Virginia, has for the first time in 2 decades, they won last night. Both houses, the Senate House and the lower house.
Maybe that's the race that I was
Okay. Yeah. They won the Senate House and the lower house. So this is the first time in 20 years, 2 decades.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is the first time in 2 decades that this has happened. And now they are pushing forward an agenda to restore equality in Virginia. Equal rights, equal marriage rights, all those other kind of things that were being blocked in Virginia now is coming to fold in Virginia because of this race. So listen, Virginia has turned the House historically that was Republicans for 20 years, has been given to Democrats, both houses, the upper and the lower house, already a Democratic governor. And now we have Kentucky and Mississippi. We almost took over Mississippi last night, but I think that we have some more work to do in Mississippi. So it's a good sign. It's a good sign for Democrats.
And they're going to have work to do for all these states that get turned.
That's exactly right.
Don't let these people down after they ride for you.
That's exactly right. So we got your buddy in. Do some work. Make us proud. And let's continue to struggle.
We got our eyes on you.
Make sure you follow us on The Intersection Live on YouTube. Thank you, Zoe What, for allowing us to hijack your station yet again. And again, we are recording live at Vibe Free in the great city of Inglewood. You are on The Voice of Reason.
creating 6 million new jobs, 500,000 new manufacturing jobs, cutting illegal immigration in half, obliterating ISIS, their caliphate destroyed, their terrorist leader dead. But the Democrats would rather focus on impeachment and phony investigations, ignoring the real issues. But that's not stopping Donald Trump. He's no Mr. Nice Guy, but sometimes it takes a Donald Trump to change Washington.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Commercials that sound like I'm selling something on television, right?
Did you ever see the Trumpy Bear commercial? That's what that sounded like. It sounded like the same music.
Yeah.
You know, some like lightweight war music kind of.
I don't understand. You know what it also sounds like to me? Maybe it's the same, similar. You remember those commercials where it was an animal and you water it and the grass grows out of it?
A chia.
Chia.
Oh man, this ad is horrible. It started running like right around when impeachment got real, like right away.
Right,
It was
of
like, oh,
course.
is somebody gonna give up the ghost on you real soon?
Right.
It was like, put out this ad. I'm not a nice guy, but I'm gonna get it done.
I killed the terrorist. I did this. Get out of here!
He has no sense.
Get out of here! I mean, he thinks this crap is working and it's not. Get out of here. Move on. Stop. Get to the business. Shut up. I turn the station sometimes because I can only tolerate, honestly, so much. I can only hear that voice so much. You know, it's like a nagging baby.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's like, stop it! That's crying and don't know why.
But also, that baby got nuclear codes, so we got to listen every single time that it opens this dumb mouth.
Oh,
stupid.
God. All right, let's move on.
A data breach, as it's revealed that thousands of Social Security numbers were accessed by federal agencies. The California DMV admits the Social Security information of 3,200 drivers was inappropriately accessed by those federal agencies over the last 4 years. 7 agencies had access, including the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the IRS, and district attorneys' offices. The DMV says that data breach did not involve hacking, and personal information wasn't shared with private individuals or entities. But for those living in the country illegally, there's concern federal agencies were able to review their immigration status. The DMV says they've taken steps to correct the error and to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Those affected by the breach.
DMV taking steps to make sure it won't happen again. So by 2030, there will be all good. The DMV, federal agencies, sounds like no issues to me.
First of
I mean,
all-
like, that sounds like it makes all the sense.
This is California.
I'm sure I can hack the DMV.
Yeah. Oh, God.
It's already a government agency itself.
Well-
so being hacked by some other government agency, like, and our information taken, and this is just
First of all, the federal government can hack anything. They
That's
can
what they do.
hack not just
We found
California
that out
DMV.
already.
They can hack anything they want. It's the federal government. If the Russians can hack the U.S., why can't our federal agencies hack a state agency? Come on. I mean, give me a break. It's not new, of course. I mean, and why is that such a big deal? I mean, it's a big deal, but why are we surprised that something like that was able to happen? This is the United States of America, you know.
Right. We shouldn't be surprised, but this is, more fodder for this whole push for us to own our own information about ourselves.
Yeah, true.
Because these companies are
True.
making money hand over
That's right.
foot.
That's absolutely right.
On our information,
That's
all the
absolutely right.
things that are free and all these cookies, all of that is tracking you, giving you information. You're like, wait, how did you know I was looking for that
Right.
on this other site? Like, because they all in your business, been tracking you. Like, it's what happens. It's been going on for a long time. For a minute, Google had to stop playing. For a minute, you could be watching TV and go to search something.
I know.
You're watching, and it will pop up immediately.
Isn't
like,
that crazy?
Letter in. I'm like, okay, so you're doing a lot of talking.
I noticed that.
Electronics.
I noticed that.
Oh, cool.
Or you go to you search something on the search engine, and then the next hour, all stuff similar to what you search is popping up.
Right.
I like chocolate chip cookies. Guess what? The next time I go on the app, there's 50,000 different types of chocolate chip cookies.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I like black shoes, you know?
Yeah.
I like Labradors as pets. You know, you know?
But the funny thing is, they're like, oh, this happened. They got your info. That's the end of the story? Is there a list?
Yeah, right.
I mean, and what does the DMV mean so that it won't happen again? Because as a state agency, are you not kind of under the thumb of these federal agencies? Like, how can you stop it from happening? It seems like they just took what they wanted to.
I think that they just take what they want, period. There's a way that they can do and get what they want. As I don't care how much protection and different safeguards you put in place to prevent certain things from happening.
Right.
I
mean, they haven't told anybody who it was. They haven't told none of. I don't think anybody got any letters in the mail.
Agreed. Well, the state of California is the fifth largest, almost fourth largest economy in the world.
Yep.
They certainly have the resources to do what they need to do to protect each other and Californians. And we are the envy of the world. And hopefully we'll be able to turn this around. Listen, we have great senators and assembly members, yes, and a great governor, yes. And so I'm quite sure if anyone can do it, California
We
can
got to
do it.
lead the charge on this. We got a lot to lose with our information. So
Right.
we got to get it together first. Let the rest of y'all follow.
Right. They say as go California, goes the nation and goes the world.
Yep.
You know, fifth, almost fourth largest economy in the world.
We ain't bragging, that's facts.
That's facts. Hey, it is what it is. That's why it costs $7,000 a month to rent a 300 square foot apartment in California, which is nonsense.
The rent's too damn high.
Nonsense. Let's move on.
Outside of Chicago, where 2 Buffalo Wild Wings employees were fired after they allegedly told a group of people they needed to move tables because of the color of their skin. This all happened just a couple of days ago here, and now in a Facebook post gone viral, the customers are talking about what happened here in Naperville. The group says they were here about to have dinner in the suburbs with some kids, and they were asked to move tables because a customer who's a regular there didn't want to sit by black people. The group left the restaurant and alerted upper management immediately about what they say happened inside. We reached out to Buffalo Wild Wings for comment. The company sent this statement telling us they fired at least 2 employees, saying they're looking into the alleged incident very seriously and are conducting a thorough internal investigation. While those 2 employees are without a job this morning in Naperville, the customers have contacted a legal team. In Naperville, I'm Alexis McAdams. You're watching ABC News Live.
When keeping it real racist goes wrong, what?
Hey.
Everybody handled this wrong. The racist who was sitting there handled it wrong. You could have moved.
Wrong.
You had to tell that to the waiter.
It was all
and
wrong.
then the waiter really went to
Right.
this large
Right.
black family and told them, I'm sorry, black family, you got to move because you're black.
Because you're black. They don't
We got
like
a regular
sitting,
over here
They
who
don't
can't
like sitting
stand
next
you.
to black people. Come on, man.
It's just a bunch of things were said that weren't necessary to be said to get the results that everybody supposedly wanted.
It's true.
That's
But
the
you
funny
know,
part.
Buffalo Wild Wings had a problem years ago. And I had to actually, as a chair of the Black Caucus, I had to write a letter to Buffalo, to the leadership, saying that I was going to basically call for investigative hearings with Buffalo Wild Wings because they were not allowing, they were limiting their minority ownership. And so I took Buffalo Wild Wings to task because we had in California black owners that were being denied their licenses. And so I was like, oh, hell no, we're not doing that. So I was taking them to task and And we did some push, and we were able to turn that around because of their unwelcoming spirit to a population of people.
It ain't just the owners. I mean, it's patrons. Like in this story, I've heard of other incidences within the doors as a patron. But it's just a bunch of stupid
Does Buffalo, anything that you say, when you say Buffalo, does that entice you as an African American? No. Okay, exactly. Thank you. So Buffalo Wild Wings is not necessarily a place that was designed and created. We don't have.
I don't care if it was created for my people or not. We welcome. We supposed to be welcome. I don't care if it was sauerkraut and German things. Like, let me in the door and take my money, and I'm buying this shit. Like, I care.
I'm going in.
I don't like none of their food anyway.
This is America.
Just being honest.
And I'm not going in there.
Them wings ain't that good.
One of my friends owns a couple of Buffalo Wild Wings, and he's doing a great job. One in LA off Crenshaw, one in Torrance, and one in Carson even. And he's doing a great job with those. And he's a black guy, minority business owner, but doing great stuff. And so they did turn the page and allow him to do what he had to do, and some other African American minorities and black and brown community, quite honestly. So that's because we're pushing. Now, I don't know what the hell is going on in other states, but in California, you got to come correct if you plan to do business in California, but they need to change that. They need to change their management. Their employees need to be retrained of how to talk to their patrons. You can't go up and tell folks to move because they're people of color. You a Negro, you got to move your seat. But you also have to understand that that's a culture that we are breeding now. We're breeding that culture. We're living in that culture now because of who we have, where we have them. He's
It don't make no damn sense.
It just don't make no damn sense.
Buffalo Wild Wings is a chain. You got a regular customer. So what? I don't care. They run things. They don't even tip that good. They don't tip that good. They be in there drinking coffee.
Right. And a wing.
Just sitting there.
And a wing.
Pointing out black people.
Right. Let's move on. You're right, though.
Restaurant. Police say the stabbing happened over a fight about the fast food chain's chicken sandwich. You heard me right. They added that it appears that one man may have cut in front of another one in a line. Police are asking anyone in the restaurant at the time to come forward and speak to detectives.
So,
this ain't funny.
This is not funny.
Everybody wants to talk about it and laugh about it, and I mean, I don't laugh when it's over Jordans. I wouldn't laugh if it was over a sandwich. Like, it's bad, and it's ignorant, and it's sad that somebody died over a chicken sandwich.
This right here, this chicken sandwich right here. Somebody told me, see all that? Somebody told me, I posted, but look at the bun, though. Look at that.
What did you say? What kind of bun did you say it was?
Oh no, Nikki.
I mean, I like chicken, but no.
I mean, that looks like you make you do some crazy stuff. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I told moms to stay away from Popeyes. I told her, do not go stand in the line because something in the milk ain't clean. Something ain't right over there. They got, these things right here, or which way am I going? Yeah, this right here. They are making something is making people go crazy in there. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, apparently you do.
I tweeted about it yesterday, and one person's like, "Oh, see, that's why I'm not going, because people are pulling their hair out, they're acting crazy in the middle of the street. There's something in the burger." You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. What's making people? There was another incident where a lady just rammed her car into someone else trying to get in there, just like, bam, let me in. It's making people do crazy things. There's something about this burger. It's that bun, though. Yeah, it's something in there.
No, it's the people.
What do you mean it's the people?
It's the type of people who wait in long lines to fight other people over bullshit like this. That's what this is. It's homies in a line for Jordans, and for the first 50 guests gonna get this. Them same people who like to wait in a line for hardly anything.
Oh my God.
Are also willing to die over that hardly anything.
I have not. First of all, I don't eat chicken, but I cannot stand in line for a burger for an hour and a half, for 45 minutes. I had a meeting the other day, and at Starbucks, and one of my friends I was meeting with, Asian guy, we're down the hood. He was like, "Excuse me, what is all those lines? What is that line for?" I said, "It's a Popeye chicken burger." And he was like, "It's a Popeye chicken burger." I said, "Yeah." And he lives in the Orange County, so he's not familiar with like the community, hood community. And so he's like, "Are they waiting in line for 45 minutes? I said, "Yeah." So one person was walking out. He said, "Excuse me, how long did it take you to get the burger?" He said, 45 minutes. And he's like, "Jesus." He said, "It's 45. I think I'm gonna try to stay in that line." I said, "Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm out. If you want to stay in here, you stay right here in this line, but it's going to be without me. So at your own, you know what I'm saying? Stay in line." He got the burger. He stayed in line. I called him 3 hours later, asked him how he said, that was the most delicious chicken burger that he's had. He says, "I'm going to once a week come and get that burger." And this is what it's doing to people. It's changing people's mind. I don't know what's in that burger, but something is not right. Mm-hmm. You're going to hear in 3 years on commercials like the mesothelioma. If you have had one of these, please call 800-555-HELP.
You're all going to be calling. I'm not. I know how to make chicken. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, God. Anyway, I don't know, moms. I told mom stay out those long lines because something about that stuff is making people go crazy. But I hear that it is one of the best ever. So I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Anyway, somebody cut you in line for a chicken sandwich. Just let it go.
Just let it go.
Don't kill nobody.
Don't kill
get
nobody.
Stabbed. Please.
Please don't do that. That's a bridge too far. All right, let's move on. On, right? As the world turns, literally. I mean, you have him at the game, at the World Series, and they're booing and saying lock him up at rallies that he once held, where his crowds were saying lock her up, and now the fingers have turned.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's not like it was at I don't know. It wasn't at a basketball game or a football game. It being at a baseball game makes it a little bit different because that is
it's haven.
It's a super traditional sport. It's one of our oldest sports.
Right.
So conservatives tend to be on that kind of situation, on that baseball game's tip. So, and it being a Nationals game as well, I think probably hurt his feelings a little bit. And, you know.
Right.
Anything can happen when his feelings get hurt.
Yeah, he goes nuts. He leaks when his feelings are hurt.
This is true.
So he leaks, you know.
But it's funny to see him get a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, you know, he's leaking out. You know, he's leaking a lot. You know, and I don't like to say that about. You know, it used to be a bad situation. There used to be a rule, and I remember this. Well, we never spoke ill of our president.
About the president. Just in general.
You just don't. You don't say anything negative about the president of the United States.
Only
I don't care who it was.
Super bad, not bad, but super, you know what I mean? Like crass comedians can make a joke and you'd be like, oh, well, they crazy, so they can say that. But the rest of us are, you know, like, oh, Bush, I don't agree with him, but, you know, I'm not going to say anything bad about him. He's still our president. Like, there used to be that decorum and that discretion. Now,
Where is that?
Now we got the president like, hey, I need info on these Democrats over here. Like, what? What are you doing?
Kick the hell out of him, as he says. F him up.
We supposed to be
He's
same
using
team.
profanity at rallies to get him elected.
The president.
The president of the United States of America. And this is what we've relegated ourselves to. So, all right, guys. I think the time has come. The time has come for us to say goodbye. M-I-C-K-E-Y. I'm on one today. Yes. So, look. All right. So, thank you all for listening, tuning in on The Intersection Live. Make sure you follow us on The Intersection Live on YouTube. Also on Facebook, also on Instagram. Want to thank Zoe Williams for allowing us to join with him on his YouTube channel today. We also want to thank Vibe Free TV for allowing us to use their station right here in the great city of Inglewood, and also, of course, Voice of Reason. God bless you all. Until next time, this time, same time, be nice to people. I'm Senator Isidore Hall.
I'm Nikki Flores.
And be nice to people. See you next time.
In the building, comedic irritant, genius. I mean, I'm gonna give you your Mensa credit.
Thank you. Why, thank you.
You know,
not many people know that.
I'm gonna give you that.
Yes.
Jeff Brown has returned to the fold, and you already know if you're gonna have this kind of conversation, you gotta have a soldier, right? And this one of them soldiers that got a gang of like badges and medals and
the soldier.
You understand?
Like he fought a war by himself.
I'm just saying, man. Intellect, orator, articulate, integrity, intelligence, the whole 9 yards. The brother is solid. Y'all know him. Our brother. Reza Islam is in the building.
Come on.
Come on.
Good to be back at my intellectual home. I'll say it that way.
Some
my brother.
Get it. You already know what
Some say the return spirit. Well, some is me. Yeah.
So, as is commonplace, you already know how we do. We like to promote black-owned businesses before we get into the meat of the discussion. Sponsor today. Let's just go ahead and put it out there.
Break it out.
You don't have any, by the way.
I got some right in here.
Just got it.
Oh, you just got some.
Okay.
So I can't even stunt.
Watch your words.
Okay.
Watch your words.
I was about to stunt on you.
I ain't took none yet.
We've got intellectual power from Reza Islam.
Yes,
Reza,
sir.
you got to explain this to the folks, man. Tell the, because I've been watching the TikToks.
Mm-hmm.
The TikToks got a gang of information. He out there in the jungle.
Yes, sir.
Chopping leaves. He doing the whole damn. I said, what is Reza? Reza is in the jungle. You got to tell him, Reza, man, what is this, man?
Yes, sir. It is a brain supplement, an herbal black-owned brain supplement. I came out with this primarily, one, because the overall health of the people is on a heavy decline. We know that off top. That's the first thing. But secondly, as we know, over the last 4 years during this experiment that has taken place, a lot of people felt that they were forced to take something that they didn't know anything about, couldn't name one ingredient in. They were mandated because of their job, their children's education, their ability to travel, you name it. Over 5 billion people took at least one dose.
Wow.
Over 5 billion. Over 60% of the United States took at least one dose. And because of that, I said, I can't just get out here educating like I normally do, let you know the updated science, all that is nice, but I have to come out with a solution that will help with relieving certain problems that shot will activate within the body.
That's
and
associated with
that's
it.
associated with
Absolutely.
it. And that's why I came up with this. I have a PhD cellular molecular biologist, black woman by the name of Dr. Christina Parks. I also have one of the top herbalists in the world from the island of St. Lucia by the name of the Right Honorable Priest Kailash. And we came together and put this together for the people, scientifically based, herbal based, from the planet, from the earth. 13 ingredients, certain ingredients like sensitiva, vervain, carpenter's bush, patchouli, turmeric, basil, rosemary, you name it, soursop is in there. This actually does a whole lot more, and for everyone who takes it, shout out to all of you, you see that it does a whole lot more than just help with the brain. It helps with reproduction, it helps with the immune system, it helps with the nervous system, it helps with detoxification. There's a whole lot. I would recommend people go to intellectualpower.net and look at the reviews. That's the only thing I'll say. See it for yourself.
Break the bank, y'all. Buy him out. Listen, Bobby, take a look at these herbs. You know what herbs look like.
I wouldn't do that.
You got a green or at least a...
Oh, come on.
He got
a magnifying glass.
No, hey, this is
yeah.
the real... Look at them herbs, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Smell
You
it.
know when you get herb dust on the cotton,
right?
Hey, this is real stuff right here, man. And you know I love supporting black-owned businesses, man. And Reza got a real one here. All right, and I want you guys to go support. And don't forget to like the video, support the channel, share the video. Y'all been begging for mansions for a long time now, and we back in here with one. So show your support, show your love. Support Reza Islam's Cash App, support Jeff Brown's Cash App, support my Cash App, support Bobby's Cash App, and y'all know Sarah is back in the building. Sarah's behind the board right now.
Hi, hello everybody.
She doesn't have a mic.
I got one right here.
Oh, you good?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they can hear it.
Hey, talk to the folks. They want to hear from you. Y'all know y'all got to support before we really get cracking. Support, support, support. Show your love for these black-owned businesses. But definitely go Cash Mob. Intellectual Power. The website is Riza.
Intellectualpower.net.
Is it all right if I do a commercial real fast? For the...
Oh, do you think, brother? I'm up to Zoe.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Dear brothers out there trying to get your life back with them $10 gas station dick pills, you need to knock that shit off before you kill yourself. Okay? You're sitting on the side of the bed sweating in the cold sweat. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Heart palpitations.
Heart pound and all that ignorant shit. Okay? Stop eating pork. Put the pork and the dairy down.
Come on.
And get you some of this right here. Get you some of this right here. You take your monkey ass online and buy $300 sneakers, don't you? You buy a bunch of shit from folks that don't give a fuck about you. He does. You need to buy some of this right here. Straighten your goddamn life out.
Keep going.
Okay? Little hard-headed kids that can't focus. Yeah. Less Snickers, more of this here.
It is child-friendly.
More of this here.
Children
it's
can't
child-friendly. It's
Keep
as
going.
child-friendly as them goddamn rib tips you feed them. So, yeah, you're going to get you some of this right here. Okay? See how all these men up
Keep
here
going.
are sharp and eloquent and intelligent? You know why? Because we take care of our bodies. Besides the fact that we are the supreme human specimen on the earth. That's to the left. We'll put that to the left. That's how you've been allowed to fuck your body over for so long and still be around here.
Keep going.
Okay, you want to bring it back? You want to come back? You want to see how real God is?
Go ahead,
then
Jeff.
obey him.
Come on.
Obey him if you want to see how real God is. And you won't need them gas station dick pills after support.
Keep going.
All right? This here is intellectual power. Do you understand that if your intellectual power is first, the other powers fall into place?
Come on.
As a man thinketh,
Come on.
so is he.
Come on.
What the fuck are you thinking about? Get you some. This will counteract the gas station dick pills. If you want your dick back, stop eating meat. If you don't, have another pork chop. Get you some of this. This is scientifically proven. Stop looking me in the side of my head. Okay, we got scientists. The same scientists you believe when you drink Gatorade. You know how you can believe them scientists? Why don't you believe black people?
Come on.
Okay, how has believing white folks worked out for you so far?
Come on.
How many of you are twisting your fingers up because you are hoping Trump don't get in office because feeble white daddy's gonna save you?
Oh, now
there
you go.
Feeble white
daddy.
daddy.
Feeble white daddy. Shaking hands with imaginary people and shitting himself. Do you know why you believe in him? You believe in him because your brain is misfiring. Knock that shit off and get you some of this. The anti gas station dick pill right there.
There you go. Intellectual power got a full commercial.
Oh man.
Impromptu commercial.
Unsolicited commercial.
By Jeff Brown.
The views don't. That's not necessarily how he would say it, but it's the same shit.
One more time, Reza. Where can they get it?
Intellectualpower.net.
All right. And as we continue to promote black-owned businesses, we're going to truncate this section of the show because we want to get into the mansions portion. I want to throw it to Bobby Glanton real quick. Bobby, really quickly, can you tell them a little bit about your roots doctor, our roots doctor?
Russell Harrison, www.russellharrisonherbals.com.
Another
I want
monster.
you to speak into the mic, Bobby. You done forgot how to do podcasts.
No, I ain't forgot.
Somebody said
You done wore the suit, but you don't want to talk
Is it
about
on
Sarah
now?
Sarah, come set him
Can
up.
you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell Harrison is russellharrisonherbals.com. The thing about Dr. Russell is he takes personally the effort that it takes to treat people literally 24/7.
Right.
Because I've seen him show extraordinary patience with people.
Yeah.
And the thing that has always been most difficult is to follow to the letter the instructions.
Right.
And then it really comes down to, what would you rather do? Fool yourself and suffer the health consequences therein, or follow the instructions to the letter.
Right.
When he says that he is available to you, he means it from the bottom of his heart.
At any time. You can call him anytime.
After 50 years,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we still can't advocate the way that we should be able to do so in a free nation, so to speak. The man is about preserving life. So, Russell Herbals, www.russellherbals.com.
And we got to take Reza up there too, because
Absolutely.
many people, you really got to put Russell on the same level as Dr. Sebi.
I'm just now hearing about
Dr. Sebi was on our show. Was it you who brought him on the show, Bobby? No, his grandson brought him on the Zoe What show. You remember we did the Zoe What show with Dr. Sebi?
Yes, it was dope.
And I got a chance to speak with him, and we're going to get into this, how I really feel about all of that in a second. But I know him when I see him, and Dr. Russell is like Dr. Sebi. And many of us don't know him because of, the fame is different. You go up to that little house in goddamn Altadena, and you see his whole house is like poison ivy. You're like, what is shit is growing out the walls? What's that? Listen, when I tell you he is the absolute truth, and I think we should protect our elders get with russellherbals.com. The final thing I'm going to promote, and then we're going to jump right into the topics that I want us to cover. Total Package Energy, black-owned business, still in business, been promoting them for 8 years now. Mm-hmm. And they're still in business because of y'all.
Yes.
That's right.
Because of y'all. Y'all keep them going. Black-owned business out of Oakland. They have energy drinks. They have an energy shot, B12, vitamin C. They got pea protein for shakes. And again, this is a black chemist. This brother is no joke. And he's part of the nation.
That's right.
Hey, he's one of my guys. Hey, solid brother. Total Package Energy. I've been rocking with him for 8 years, man. Please continue to support this black-owned business. I mean, some people will say, energy drinks aren't good for you. Well, if you're buying them, buy black.
Right.
How about that? If you're going to drink them, buy black.
Because they do drink them.
There you go. So there it is. All right, let's get right to it. We've got some topics to cover. We about to hit heavy and quick, real quick. Here we go. That damn debate.
I was going to start with that.
You mean the debacle?
The debacle. Let's get it. It was weekend at Biden's. You remember the movie
Weekend at Bernie's?
Right? It was the weekend at Biden's, man.
Oh, man.
Now, let me just get everybody's opinion with regards to the American, I would say, media, the political system, all of it. They think you stupid.
Come on.
They know you stupid.
Come on, say it again.
They know it. They stupid. We gonna put two, no disrespect, Bobby, old geriatric, shaky-handed. We about to put these dudes out here, and y'all gonna accept it. They bullied us into watching that.
Come on.
They knew what they was doing. Listen, this is the most powerful government on the planet Earth. You think they don't know that they put out two local crazy dudes? You think they don't know this? You think this wasn't vetted from the beginning? Bobby, what are your thoughts, man?
It's twiddly D and twiddly dum.
Give us that game,
but
man.
Really, man, the problem with this whole notion of a open campaign when it's actually closed, and the rules are so arcane at this stage that the thing needs to be blown up, man. I mean, this notion of party affiliation in order to vote is an oxymoron. You can't have one without the other. I got to have the freedom to decide. If I don't want either one of those, then I should have somebody else in that mix that I can vote for if I choose to do so. Otherwise, you're going to continue to have, it's like the Electoral College.
Yes.
I mean, give me a break, man. How can you win the public, what they call it, the popular vote, and lose an election? If it's one man, one vote. I mean, we got too many contradictions in the way that we have constructed this society that we live in right now.
Well, you know the Electoral College was created to weaken the populace. Because if you go everybody's vote count, they had to create the Electoral College to weaken that. So now you got delegates that decide.
Yeah.
They do the electing, you do the selecting.
So what's the point of having an election then?
Or they do the selecting, you do the electing. That's what it is. And I want to get Rizza's take on this too, man. Like, this was a dog and pony show. This was a circus.
Very much so.
What are your thoughts? Like, do you think they trying to play us for real?
At this point, it's 2024. We don't realize that they have been playing us, then we just want to be lied to.
Ooh.
2024, when I watched the debate, I told people, I said, okay, listen, watch the debate. I told them that 30 minutes before it happened. I said, okay, just watch. I said, regardless to where you stand, regardless of what party you identify with, that's fine. Just watch the debate. Because I wanted people to realize that this government, as our brother Bobby Glanton was saying, has fallen. It's that's it. There is no saving this. If this is what we have a choice between, the whole world is looking at this.
Come on.
The whole world is looking at this right here. They're like,
come up with something else to
they're
say.
like,
now.
these are two old white blood and Crip impersonators. These are two. The red and blue is too obvious at this point. These are two old white men that we are fighting to decide who should run America. They're both in their 70s, although Trump was firing off more than Biden. Fine. He was more coherent than Biden. Fine. Biden is definitely, they're looking at declaring him unfit to operate as a president. The goal is to put Kamala in his stead or in his place for the remaining part of this term, right? So this is something that I knew about 2 years ago, which was their plan at the very beginning. Trump is looking at saying he's going to do certain things, like they always say they're going to do certain things. It's just things. Sell them the idea. We get in, we do exactly what our owners tell us to do. I don't trust either. It's just how this goes. I don't trust either. Neither clearly said nor have a plan to do anything for our people. That's just how that goes. They both bow down to Israel. I cannot side with either one of them. So, and we know who they're sponsored by. So regardless of the fact that Trump has his own businesses and Joe Biden, for the majority, doesn't, they are both owned by certain vested interest groups that do not care about the people. They both were heavily sponsored by AIPAC, or Jewish Powers, or the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. They both have investments in pharmaceuticals. They both have investments with enemies of the people. That is just a fact. Now, people are saying, well, reason choose Trump. Trump is better. Trump says this. He says that. Okay, I get it, but it's Satan versus Lucifer. That's just it. That's just it.
You got one that's falling and one that is thinking about falling.
No, for real. So that's where my mindset is on it, brother. Again, and we talked about this on Mansions years ago.
Yeah.
When it came to the voting process, and Zoe went into the etymology of the word, where he said to vote means to wish, and people have to know about not only the colleges when it comes to that, but also something called finishing schools. You need to know how these people were selected and groomed in college to be in these positions. That's another thing. We're gonna go into it, brother. But I knew you was gonna start with this.
We got time.
So,
we got time. Let's get it.
Seriously, we need to vote for ourselves. We need to come together, buy the land that we need. We need to do what is needed for us as a people, for us, by us, because I cannot trust either one of these people. Some of y'all like, man, Reza, I'm voting for Trump. Do whatever you want to do. You can vote all you want, but if you don't have money and an agenda to buy these politicians, which are glorified prostitutes, I want to say what Minister Farrakhan said. He said these people are paid prostitutes. That is just what it is. You don't like that language. I understand it's 2024. People trying to be politically correct, but we're not no damn politicians. These are paid prostitutes. That's it. You must buy them. That's what it is.
And I'm going to say this. If the politicians are prostitutes, so is the populace.
Come on.
I know you don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. Jeff, your thoughts.
Okay. I got to push back on that just a little bit. Because if the politicians are prostitutes, then we're all just Johns.
No, don't push back. I
all
wasn't
just
finished.
No, you right there.
But go ahead. I'm going to let you have it.
I'm almost left with what he said, because that's exactly where I was going. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are looking at is the last feeble attempt.
Come on.
No pardon of the pun. Of a presidency. This is your last presidency. The America you thought you lived in is gone. It's gone. It's been gone. It started to really crumble on November 22nd, 1963.
Tell us.
Way back when a president who was the first Catholic president. See, it's a bunch of shit that goes on a level.
You talking about
John F.
Young Johnny,
right? What a lot of black people don't understand.
Johnny had swag. He had Marilyn Monroe. Right, he was like, "What's happening? We out here in these streets."
And his brother Bobby.
Go ahead.
As much as, and I'll take this detour real quick. As much as Obama didn't do for us, absolutely the smartest ever with the finest wife ever. To include Jackie O. Nobody was jacking off thinking about Barbara Bush unless you are really some type of freak. What? Yeah. Oh, come on. Michelle's fine. Anyway.
No, I didn't. I'm not questioning Michelle. It was the other piece.
It was the other. Go ahead. Nobody does that. Okay. You've seen your last president. Your borders are open. This thing, this continent we refer to as America, is now being flooded with military-age single males. You worried about the Mexicans coming across the border. Oh, no. You really need to think about the enemies that this country has made that are no longer afraid of them and have aligned on a common goal.
Come on.
That's where you should be. But instead, you know where you are? You got one group of y'all on one side of the plantation and another group of y'all on the other side of the plantation betting on which mess are going to win.
Come on.
So you can figure out whether to paint the wagon red or blue.
Come on.
It has nothing to do with your freedom, nothing to do with your responsibilities, nothing to do with your cruelty. You still think that you have some type of say in this. Do you know what this is saying to the world?
Come on.
This is saying to the world that the whore of Babylon has been laid bare.
Come on. Jeff talking heavy.
You really need to look at what you're looking at. There's nobody else in Washington who could do this job. Nobody. No Democrat, no Republican, nobody. This is who they have left. Do you know why they have these two people left? Because they're trying to kill it. If I had a plane that I wanted to crash, why wouldn't I put two different monkeys in the pilot and co-pilot seat? You stupid.
What you need to do. That was a word, Jeff.
Work on your parachute, people.
Yes,
Work on your parachute.
Work on your parachute. My. Yes, man. Oh. Listen, I'm going to go a step further.
Go ahead.
So when the government breaks down or something happens catastrophic, they have something called COG. Continuity of government. These two goofballs. Listen, you've heard it said before, real bad guys move in silence. These are front men.
Come on,
bro.
Yes.
They just...
Come on.
To your point,
yes.
Obama. I was talking to some brothers at the cigar lounge the other day. And I simply said to them, Obama was the best president in the history of the American presidency. He was the best. And I'm going to tell you why. Because being a president is the same as being a CEO. He ran a tight ship. He ran Massa's ship. Right. He made, listen, not on my watch. I'm not going to get in trouble.
Come on.
I'm going to keep this shit turtle pussy tight. Do you understand me? It's going to be tight.
I never thought about that.
Do you understand? What is a president? He's a manager.
Come on.
He managed the government more effectively than anybody else, according to what they wanted. Who is they? People always saying, who is they?
Come on.
Now, when you say, you've been up there and you seen that grove up there in California where them people go?
The Bohemian
Grove. Or you go there and you say, what is the G28?
It's not the new Infinity.
Do you understand? Listen. These are figureheads.
Come on.
Please understand, this is what is the origin of democracy?
Come on.
Greek theater. These are actors, man.
Yes.
And guess what? We could let's go even deeper. Historically speaking, who started with power in the Americas? Rich, white, males. Everybody else we had to work and figure it out. How we going to be included? It was rich, white males. That is the symbol of America. Rich, white males. Correct. And they had to be landowners.
Correct. Only ones could be considered landowners.
Those are the only people that could vote. That's how this shit started. So it makes perfect sense to have two old guard geriatrics up here, because that's what America is. And they don't give a damn if you like Dementia Man or Criminal Man. They don't give a damn.
Dementia Man.
They don't give a damn.
I'll
Why?
fight crime, or my name isn't.
You know why they don't give a damn? Because somebody is walking up to either one of them with the script.
Come on.
Okay, here you go. This is what you gonna follow.
Come on,
They
bruh.
did the same shit to Obama.
That's a fact.
You think you finna come in here and do something?
Come on.
Listen, Obama, Kamala, they both know. As soon as they ask Kamala, hey, what you gonna do for black people? What?
Nothing.
We're not doing nothing like that.
That's what she
Hold
said.
on, I'm the president for everybody.
That's what she said.
Quote.
That's what she said.
That's a flat quote.
That's what she said.
Do you understand?
I'm not gonna sit up here and say I'm gonna do something only for black people.
No.
And she did it with a nice little bounce to it.
Right.
Come on.
Okay.
But when it's time to appropriate the culture,
Mm-hmm.
when it's time to say, oh, I'm an AKA.
Timberland boots
Pearls
and hot
and
sauce.
chucks.
Timberland boots, hot sauce, and chicken. That's what she did.
Oh,
Yes.
come on.
Yes.
That way, votum, Greek, Latin, votum, wish, means wish.
Come on.
It means wish, man. I wish this motherfucker I'm finna vote for will do what I need him to do. So guess what? Politics, you have a religion within politics.
Come on.
Where people get fanatic.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They call it patriotism.
Come on.
You get people that are patriotic for the Democrat side. You get people that are patriotic for the Republican side.
Yes.
And they get worked into a fervor, right?
Yes.
Watch this.
You stupid.
In Christianity, Jesus is your intercessor.
How about it? Come on now.
Come on.
You can't get to the Father but by
Me.
Son.
You understand
Tell
me?
the truth.
You can't get to the power that's within the government but by your political representation.
That is a fact.
Contact
So-
your congressman.
A vote is the same as a prayer. A vote is the same as a supplication. Oh, I need my politicians to take this shit on to Capitol Hill and
Right.
turn it around
Come
for
on.
me.
Come on. You teaching.
This is all acting.
Come on. You teaching.
Where your vote matters is in your backyard.
Come on. Come on.
Now, if Reza said, you know what? I'm finna run for the education board of education. Everybody in this motherfucker should go register and be like, Rizza Islam is on the ticket. We get Rizza Islam in there. And then Rizza Islam is going to get fired because he's going to go in there and change the rules.
That's a fact. Come on.
He gonna
say it again.
He's going to go in there and say,
So to all of y'all who think it's going to be that damn easy, say it just like that.
that's what's going to happen.
Come on,
He's going to
brother.
go in there and go, y'all been doing this shit to the kids? What
Come on.
is it? No, we doing all this different. They're going to say, well, wait a minute, Rizza, now. Hold on. This has been this way for some time now.
Come on.
And Rizza going to say, this is not what we doing. You're damaging the kids. He going to implement his own shit. They're going to be like, oh, the kids are responding. Shit is different. Hell no. We got to get him up out of here.
Exactly.
Tell me we don't see this.
Come on.
Y'all thoughts?
Okay. We're going to just take this into the hypothetical junk food, which is what your children get when they leave your house anyway.
Come on, Jeff.
Rizza Islam joining the Board of Education. It's like Rizza Islam walking into Burger King and going, okay, I'm in charge now. We serving hot dogs.
What in the world?
We serving hot dogs. No more Whoppers. Because that is what you are saying when you go to any board of education that has been put together to allow your oppressors to teach your children.
Come on.
That's the first thing that we need to understand, is that there is not one system, not one office, not one door you can walk in that is connected, that has an American flag up, that has a congressman's funky ass picture up, that has anything to do with the proper blank, and you can insert whatever you want in that blank. Health, diet, education, transportation. Put whatever you like in that blank, and none of it, when you dig past the cute crust, benefits you.
Cute
It's 3 words that scare the living shit out of black people. We are enough.
Ooh, come on.
Scare you out your fucking mind, don't it?
What you mean, nigga?
Y'all niggas ain't serious.
Come on.
You ain't serious until again there is a kickoff on Super Bowl Sunday.
Come on.
And all 22 of them brothers run at each other, stop at the 50-yard line, hug, and say, we out.
Man.
We starting our own shit. Tell me what the hell, what the fuck are you going to do for commercials now?
Come on.
You
Come
would
on.
crash an economy, but you so fucking scared.
Mhm.
Black folks ain't mad at what white folks did to them. You're mad because they don't love your monkey ass.
Mm. Come
So
on,
I'm going to
Jeff.
say it again. If you code switching, you're a coon.
Come on.
Jasper ass shade treehouse coon. That's what I like to call it.
Cold switch.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Bobby, I got to ask you. I
was
got
gonna
to
say-
ask you, Bobby.
Oh, that's
I got to ask Bobby.
Get out your personal shit. I don't want to see nothing I don't need no brain bleach for.
I got to ask you, Bobby. You've been here longer than us.
Jeff was on it.
Should you, or should we, as a collective, and I know we not collective, should we as a collective come to this political system and say, listen, you don't get our vote unless you give us reparations?
Go ahead.
Should we leverage voting
Come on.
for reparations?
That's funky.
Everybody's talking about it. Tariq's talking about it. Tone talks about it. Everybody's talking about it. FBA, ADOS, everybody's talking about it.
That's a spoke in the wheel, reparations is, but there's some other items on the menu as well that are just as important, because that wouldn't happen overnight. And the fighting that would go on makes you wonder if it would ever even materialize.
But
we've
back
been
to
made
Jeff's
promises
point,
before.
if Bobby, and I want you to tell me about, back to Jeff's point, just he used the football analogy. If they all stopped at the 50-yard line, if we all said next weekend, you know what, we've seen enough. There's a geriatric guy, he's got dementia, he's forgetting shit, he's shaking hands with ghosts. There's another guy, he's an actual criminal. Now, I don't know how you guys reconcile, because I thought once you become a felon, you don't get to vote.
You can't join the Marines as a felon.
So,
come on.
But you can run for, okay, cool. These are the two you gave us. Fine. With Jeff's analogy, stop at the 50-yard line, we say, no, we're done. What say we, next weekend, we say, you know what? We're going to sit this one out. No votes for anybody unless reparations for black people, or, you know, how they, you know, people have new...
Whatever label
Whatever
works.
label,
Whatever.
right?
The people who potato salad don't have no raisins in it.
Them, right? And we're going to sit this one out. How about that? Would that work, Bobby? Would that put pressure?
It would put pressure, but again, I think we have to think about what else goes in that recipe for freedom. Because right now, on a daily basis, you've heard this from me before, and that is, we vote every day with our dollars. All day, every day.
Keep going, Bobby.
Every day. So you don't have to get anybody's permission to decide to not spend money with people that are not spending money with you. That's a decision you can make without a referendum, another ongoing meeting that is never a resolution of any particular problem for very long. So I would start with being just conscious and willing to share with, at first, just a few people that you get with that you already have some common ground.
Absolutely.
Quit trying to get everybody together.
Come on.
But see,
The
this is
minute
why I
we try
say,
to get everybody together, we get nobody together.
No,
So let's just start with the folks you already have a consensus with.
that's wisdom.
And then build momentum.
That's wisdom.
That would be my approach.
This is why I say code switchers are coons.
Yes.
And the reason why I say that is very simple. You code switch not because you got some grand plan. You code switch to fit in.
And make them comfortable.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
Say, oh shit, I don't want to do nothing. That's cooning. Let me tell you something. When black people choose black people, right, as the team, I don't give a damn. Like I heard Nuri Muhammad say, "Oh, we got 1.3 trillion. We got this. We got that." Okay. When black people choose black people, we just, you know what? We're not gonna be on the same level. Okay, fine. We got 1.3 trillion. They got 15 trillion. So what? 1.3 trillion. We're gonna take that. We're gonna incubate that, and we're gonna insulate and isolate and work together. How about that? And damn, whatever beef we got with each other, we're gonna put all that aside and we're gonna work together, right? We'll grow that. Do you know that's the same thing as Black Wall Street?
Absolutely.
And that is a terrorist act. Niggas getting together is a terrorist act.
It's a fact.
Because when they say, "Oh, hold on," they done closed the fuck off. They not Walmarting.
Come on.
They not
Walmart.
They're not targeting. They not at Aldi. They not doing none of this shit no more. And they going to find black farmers.
Come on.
They getting inconvenienced to go deal with their own. That's a terrorist act. Niggas done quit us. You don't get to quit us.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Seriously.
What are your thoughts?
That's a great idea. The only thing we need now is a time machine. So we can go back to 1988 when that would have been effective.
It wasn't even effective in '88 if we just throw cold water where it needs to be applied right now. The bottom line is whatever didn't work. What we have to do is figure out how to begin to incrementally, something you can do without having to, like I say, have a cavalcade or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
March,
well, it's never the whole.
You just have to start with folks that you already are conspiring with. You just have them, mobilized to the extent where you do it on a consistent basis. Because everything that we do is a habit. And some of the habits we first thing we got to do is break them. We got to break some of these habits of waiting on permission or waiting on somebody else to authorize our forward progress.
Well, if you're not the author of you definitely gonna wait for your shit to be authorized.
But
if you're people that don't have knowledge of self,
I was crossing the street. I got hit by a bus. I wasn't even. I stopped at the time machine. I really was going some other places, gentlemen. But
finish your thought, Jeff.
It wasn't you, Brother Easy.
No question.